morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, I'd like to recognize a few folks that are in our gallery today. I'd like to introduce you to our new County Administrative Officer, Mr. Tim Lutz. Tim, would you please stand for us? There he is. And with Tim is his wife, Betsy. Ah, they're in the back. Okay, and also is Caitlin and Quinn, their lovely daughters.
Downside to taking two charming, adorable girls is that they get a lot of attention.
Okay. I'd like to also recognize a gentleman in our gallery. I'd like to welcome Supervisor Bob Williams from Tehama County. Bob. Okay, we have board announcements. Any board member have an announcement to make?
Yeah, just
Supervisor Mills.
good morning. Very quickly, we did have some comment previously about Mark Twain on the prompt care down in Valley Springs. For those that might be interested in how that's progressing, I would suggest to attend some of either their board meetings or their finance committee meetings and kind of look at where they're going. They do report out on a regular basis on how that is progressing. I know it's in Supervisor Tofanelli's district, but I have been attending their meetings and I'm familiar with some of the challenges and some of the wins that they're getting in this as they structure it up and get it going. Secondly, I'd like to thank Jim Pasauda. I hope I'm stating his name correctly. He wrote a comment in the Calaveras Enterprise I thought was very fitting to the situation at hand for the supervisors that are now sitting here today. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors have comments before we continue? Okay. At this time, we'd like to recognized by proclamation, and Supervisor Garamendi.
So item 1 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing March 2017 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County.
You're on. There you go.
Figuring these new microphones out. Good morning, everybody. Red Cross is here. Would it be all right for you forward or after we read it?
Sure. Well, if you'll read that, then we can bring them on.
I get the privilege of reading a proclamation today recognizing American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. I think we all recognize how important these men and women are in our county and the work they've done. But if you'll bear with me, I'll try to read this, and I'm glad I brought my glasses. This is a proclamation recognizing March 2017 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. Whereas the American Red Cross has touched many lives in Calaveras County, as well as across the country and around the world. And whereas during American Red Cross Month, we thank those who contribute to the mission of the Red Cross, whether through time, money, or blood. And we invite others to support the Red Cross in helping people in need down the street, across the country, and around the world. And whereas the American Red Cross is synonymous with helping people and has been doing so for more than 130 years. Throughout the past year, the American Red Cross launched hundreds of disaster relief operations in the United States to help people affected by fires, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes. The Gold Country region, which includes Calaveras County and the Mother Lode area, responded to disasters in Texas, Georgia, and elsewhere, as well as the 24 counties that make up the Gold Country region, to provide hundreds of residents with information and assistance, as well as continuing effort as part of the ongoing recovery efforts in the aftermath of the Butte disaster. And whereas in Calaveras County, the Red Cross worked tirelessly in 2016 through its single employee and over 45 volunteers to support our residents when disaster strikes with emergency assistance. In 2016, Calaveras volunteers of the American Red Cross gave food, clothing, and shelter to 41 adults and 16 children throughout Calaveras County because their family homes were devastated by fire. This made it possible for the families to have a safe place to stay and the basic necessities of life as they began the slow recovery process. The Red Cross also provides 24-hour support to all members of the military, veterans, and their families, and provides training in CPR, aquatic safety, sheltering, and first aid. Whereas for nearly 100 years, the United States presidents have called on the American people to support the Red Cross in its humanitarian mission. Our communities depend on the American Red Cross, and because it is not a government agency, the Red Cross depends solely on support from the public to continue its humanitarian work. This is especially important in these challenging economic times, which impact the Red Cross and many people in our communities and across the nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaims March 2017 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County.
Thank you. If we can have the members of Red Cross come and stand before the podium, and we can make a motion down there.
Do we have to make a motion to accept this? Oh,
You have to have a-
I'm sorry. Well, you guys can come up if you want. You're already moving. Come on up.
And while that's being done, public comment on this particular agenda item is open now. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to speak.
Good morning. Thank you, folks. I'd like to remind everyone that the Red Cross is a volunteer program. The program only exists by the virtue of people willing to give of themselves. Oftentimes, Red Cross is called to other counties in the middle of the night, as well as our need in recent years. I've heard some criticism of the Red Cross during the Butte fire, and all I can say is the efforts of our Red Cross is only as good as the efforts of the volunteers in our community. So I'd like to encourage more people to step up so the 45 people that probably singed their hairs in the last few years could have a little respite. But thank you, folks, for the good work that you do. Without much recognition oftentimes, but with much gratitude. So thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments? I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And second?
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion passes, 5-0 unanimous. Good job, nice. Yes. By all means.
I just kind of wanted to introduce.
Ma'am, could I have both go to the podium so the folks in TV land can see us?
During the Butte fire, Red Cross has, I'm sorry, my name is Debbie Calcote, and I'm the disaster program manager for the Motherlode. I have Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, and Alpine counties. Red Cross has hired Mr. Bob Carnes to assist with Calaveras Recovers, those final steps of helping the folks get their homes rebuilt. And so I kind of want to introduce you to him. He starts this week and will be with us for 1 year, assisting Calaveras Recovers in their final stages of going forward. With that also, we've developed a wonderful new preparedness program that we will be implementing in the next couple months to better prepare the community going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of Red Cross? Marty, you can't. You have.
Okay, thank you so much for this resolution, for bringing awareness to the desperate need of our counties when it comes to emergencies. We don't plan them, that's why they're called emergencies. So I recall in 2015, we did the same thing, and that was very special. And a few months later, we all stood right here again to say thank you and encourage people to join in with the CERT program, which is our Community Emergency Response Teams. And by the way, all the training's free, you know, jump on it. And so anyway, what I wanted to say was at both of those proclamations, moments, I seized the opportunity, we all want to say this, and we say it all the time, but we said it here out loud, that by the time the sun sets tonight, and that's today, before the sun sets tonight, it is my hope that every single person that hears these words will have at least identified a backpack, a suitcase, a canvas bag from the grocery store, or something where you can put items in it that will keep you safe and comfortable for 3 to 5 days. And don't forget the fresh underlovelies. You will get rashes where you don't want to talk, so I just have to say that. And I know, Debbie. Anyway, but it is true. And last time when we were standing here and talking about CERT, we said these words and said, you never know when the next emergency will happen. That was Tuesday morning. Wednesday, the Butte fire broke out. So please, by the time the sun sets tonight, at least some of us, let's identify that and try to find someone that needs your help to do the same thing. That's all.
Thank you, guys. Bill? Good job. Good job. Fine organization, ladies and gentlemen. They did a wonderful job during the Butte fire. As you know, this is not our first crisis in this county, but those folks will always be there when we call. At this time, we're going to go into public comment.
No,
we're not.
my apologies. I don't have my copy of the report out from the closed session from last week. Would you mind reading yours?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our closed session reporting out. Report of closed session held on March 7th of 2017. Public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Sub B, Sub 1. County Administrative Officer, Board action. The Board, on a unanimous vote, appointed Timothy Lutz as a new CAO and directed staff to bring a resolution forward memorializing this action. This resolution is on today's agenda. Item number 2. Public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Sub B, Sub 1, Environmental Management Agency Administrator / APCO, Board action. The Board, on a unanimous vote, appointed Bradley Banner as a new Environmental Management Agency Administrator, the APCO, and directed staff to bring a resolution forward memorializing this action. This resolution will be on the agenda for 3/18 of 2017. I'm sorry, the 28th. It's tough when you get old. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956, this is item 3.9, Sub D, Sub 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Mark Menifee versus County of Calaveras, Workmen's Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 982-1110, ADJ 982-1294. County Council, Board action, no reportable action taken. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the Board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind everyone that this is a chamber, and we respect everyone's rights, and we show the courtesy not only to the board, the staff, the folks in our gallery, the speakers, also the citizens of this county. And I know you'll join me in that posture. So with that, our first speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Bill Patrone. I'm a resident of District 3. And I have two sets of comments, one in my role as the Regional Director for SEIU 1021, and the other as a citizen. So the union conducted a membership survey of our members on a few questions. I just wanted to report that out to the board. We left a poll open for 10 days. We had 96 total responses. First question was, do you think the county programs and departments need additional funding to provide adequate wage increases to workers, maintain staffing levels, and support law enforcement? Over 90% of the members who responded said yes. Second question we asked was, do you feel that your department has adequate funding? And around 80% said no, they don't. Another question we asked was, are you concerned about cuts to your department if Measure B passes? A majority of the employees said yes, but that one was close. So we did want to report that out to the board to make sure that you were aware of that. Now, as a resident of District 3, we appear to be at a crossroads in this county. Money is tight, and there's no doubt about that. Public safety must be the priority, and there is no doubt about that either. Mr. Lopez even recommended to the county to prioritize public safety in preparing the budget. If you move forward with your own ban, the cost for eradication will be enormous. Now, some would like us to believe that there are millions available to do this, but we all now know there's only around $32,000, which you're going to be officially accepting today. The sheriff does not have the manpower to accomplish this. Again, public safety must be the priority. Quality of life will not improve with a ban. It will only get worse. In order to prioritize public safety without a revenue stream to fund it would be to severely cut from the other places in your budget, meaning jobs and services to the public, or raising taxes. For some, if not all of you, this will not bode well for your respective bases of support for a myriad of reasons. There are seniors on fixed incomes, residents on public assistance, and the conservatives who appear to be supporting a ban will quickly change their tune if they are true to their political party's ethics, and that could spell more problems for you than even currently exist. Again, I respectfully ask that if there is a plan in place for all of this, you should be sharing and getting input from the community, and this should be done prior to ballots going out in the mail if you are truly looking to represent all of the people of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Richard Inderline, and I'm a resident of Valley Springs. And August 11th, 2015, Governor Jerry Brown passed the Right to Record Act. It was SB 411, and it changed 69 and 148 of the Penal Code to read: the fact that a person takes a photograph or makes an audio or video recording of an executive officer while the officer is in a public place, or the person taking the photograph or making the recording is in a place he or she has the right to be, does not constitute in and of itself a violation of subdivision A. And for section 48, it says the fact that a person takes a photograph or makes an audio or video recording of a public officer or peace officer while the officer is in a public place, or the person taking the photograph or making the recording is in a place he or she has the right to be, does not constitute in and of itself a violation of subdivision A, nor does it constitute reasonable suspicion to detain the person or probable cause to arrest the person. So this is the law. This is the right. I have a right to record. This is public. This is public space. So I came to this government, Calaveras County, on January 24th and 25th to do an open government's request. I am asking very basic questions of open government. I ask, do you have a form or a process for government request, public records? And do you have a form or a process for employee complaints? If it is a form, can I have that form? If it is a process, please speak clearly and concisely into the camera so I can have that information. So when I make my records request, I do not have to come back here and ask those questions multiple times. So when I came here to ask those questions of this government, I went to the DA, I went to permitting and planning, I went to county council, I went to environmental health, I went to human health and services, I went to just about every public office you have. And this government is not open to request. I was told, is that camera on? Are you filming? You have to turn that off. I do not give you permission to record. And my favorite of them all was when I was here at county council. I had a member of county council actually come out and say, realize, before I tell you what he told me, it is my First Amendment right to petition the government. This is a constitutional right. And he told me, I would be glad to answer your questions as long as you turn off that goddamn camera. Yes, he called God down from on high to curse my camera and prevent me from accessing the government. So I only have a few seconds. Human Resources actually sent out a memo that clarified this, that said that it is okay for people to film you. But the point is that we have county council and the district attorney who do not know the law. They do not know the rights of the people. These are the people who are here to enforce the law, and they don't know it. They do not know the rights of the people, and they are infringing on them. So thank you for your time. Goodbye. If you want a copy of those videos, I have them. Please get a hold of me.
Good morning, Board. My name is Bonnie Newman, and I'm from Double Springs. Last meeting, I was not able to finish my comments about the roles, duties, and responsibilities of the IHSS Advisory Committee. I had 6 more words to speak, and the last responsibility that the committee has is to provide input to the collective bargaining process. What is this process? We've gotten a little bit of flack in that area lately. A couple of years ago, we wrote a letter to the IHSS committee, wrote a letter to the Board of Supervisors recommending consideration for wage increases for home care workers. It was misinterpreted that somehow we were interfering with the negotiation process. I want to be clear, there has been no negotiations in this county for 6 years. We cannot be interfering with a negotiation process that is not occurring. If our duty is to overview the entire program, all the stakeholders, county services, individual organizations like unions, then it is our duty to come back and give you advice and recommendation regarding all aspects of that program. We have understood that this committee in the past has failed in their responsibilities. We intend to make sure that we live up to those expectations. We're hoping to impact the program positively by...
Bonnie?
Yes?
Could I interject real quickly? This is item 8 on the agenda. Although it's consent, I will be pulling that item. Would you rather wait and comment at that time?
I could.
Yeah, that might be more appropriate, Bonnie.
Okay.
I was just noticing that myself.
Okay, thank you for your time.
All right.
I think Diane's going to pass out some information that I brought today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lisa Bolton, the Executive Director of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. Every year, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to get onto the regular agenda, but every year we like to give a presentation on our marketing outcomes since we do receive county funds in the form of TOT dollars. So this year what I would normally present is a bullet point presentation, but I feel that that doesn't really do justice to everything that we do and what informs all of our marketing decisions. So this year I've put together an annual report that goes into more detail. I would really appreciate it if you would be sure to read through everything. I'd be absolutely happy to come back at a later date to go over more detail. I've also provided a copy of since this is a 2016 annual report, I've also provided the 2016 Calaveras Experience Guide and a copy of the 2017 Calaveras Experience Guide, so you can see how those pieces evolve over the years. One thing that I do not have confidence in that we have been marketing, that's been part of our marketing program for very many years, is our California State Fair exhibit. And I kind of wanted to get a little bit of feedback from the Board of Supervisors on whether you think we should continue doing this. We actually did a little test the first year that I was in charge of the State Fair. We had a little card that people had to go online to redeem discounts throughout the county. Out of all the hundreds of people that went through our booth at the California State Fair, 17 people responded to that online questionnaire. That is a very, very low return on investment, and we would really rather not invest $15,000 in a state fair booth if it's not going to be productive in bringing tourists to Calaveras County. So I kind of like, and what we'd rather invest that money in this year is a return on investment study. So I'd like to get the Board of Supervisors' feedback on whether they think we should continue with the California State Fair. We know that it is a community pride item, and we feel like that's really the only benefit that it currently brings us. Do you have any feedback?
We don't comment on public comment.
Okay.
That sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it?
Well,
Lisa, if you will get with Michael and Diane and get agendized for the 28th, then you can come back and present your PowerPoint to us. I'd be more than happy to see it and then ask questions and get our input from you.
okay. Unfortunately, I do have to make a decision on the State Fair booth by tomorrow. So, and I wasn't able to get on the agenda this time. I was supposed to be.
An option would be for us at the end of the meeting to maybe one of us bring up and poll the board at that point.
That would be excellent.
Council?
My only concern is polling is to direct staff to bring something forward at a future board meeting. It's not polling to decide to do something, because that would constitute an action. So the difference with polling at the end of the board meeting is for a future item to come to the board as an agendized item.
But from that polling and that direction, we could then give her some indication, and we could bring it back as then an agendized item in a future discussion. That's my only point. I'm trying to make it a little complex, I know.
Why don't we discuss that at a break?
We'll discuss that.
So stick around.
That may be an option. Next speaker?
Joan Wilson, District 1 voter. Honorable Chairman Oliveira, distinguished members of the board, Mr. Mills. On Wednesday, March 1st of this year, I attended a Calaveras County Public Republican Party meeting. After the meeting adjourned, because there were too many people for the room, I was in the hall listening in on a conversation that you, Mr. Mills, were having with a man. You saw me listening and invited me in to join the conversation. I asked if you were talking about how you were going to pay to ban marijuana in this county. You told us that it was not a problem. The sheriff could find the money in his budget to hire a couple of more deputies, and then he may find that he would not have to pay any overtime. You continued with the fact that he, the sheriff, also has some extra money in a fund that he could use or shift over for this enforcement, and may have enough to fill the other positions, give raises, and retain the talent. You then continued with the other departments could move money around in their budgets, and then you said with that you already were up to $11 million and you were just getting started, that you could come up with more money. The man that you were talking to left and you turned to me. I asked you to explain to me again what you had just said and how you were going to get the money to pay for a ban in this county. You told me again that All that must be done was to get the departments in the county to move some money around in their budgets and then shift it over for the BOS to use to pay for the ban. I then asked about the money from Prop 64. That wouldn't we not receive any money from that? You said that you would still be getting Prop 64 money because the ban is not a ban, but it is still regulating, and therefore you will get them to give you Prop 64 money. And as you walked off, you again said not to worry, you will get them to give you the money from Prop 64. I promptly and directly went and told my husband and 3 other people that were still there what you said. I did not really expect you to be able to verify anything that you said that very night. I have here a copy of the budget for this county that is public information, and I now ask you to verify how you are going to come up with the money to enforce a ban. I think the voters of this county deserve to know by line accounting of how you plan to get the money from the budget and pay for a ban. Is it less or more than 11 million or 11 million? What is the amount and where is it coming from? Also tell us how you plan on getting the state to give you Prop 64 money and how this ban is really regulation. Gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Vivian Sage, District 1. We have reviewed the official budget numbers from the recent mid-year budget review and would like to point out the following. Number 1, the general fund budget is currently carrying a $4 million annual deficit. Number 2, county staff have several issues with the full and timely collection of federal revenues, for example, FEMA, to be straightened out. Number 3, the Sheriff's Office have submitted a substantial budget adjustment of $861,000 and are underfunded by millions of dollars. Number 4, the county is still heavily affected by the Butte fire and tree mortality issues. Number 5, budget deficits are balanced by special funds and contingencies which are not sustainable. Therefore, if no significant revenue improvements and or cost savings are realized, important community services might get cut, and all of this even before we even look at prospective Measure B impacts. In addition to the official mid-year budget review, we have conducted our own internal financial analysis and review and concluded with the following. Last year, a $4 million budget deficit, strangely enough, a number very similar to this year's budget, carried through to the year-end review, resulting in a $4 million surplus once the actuals were taken into account. Therefore, the overall accounting variance to be adjusted totaled $8 million. These surplus variances typically originate from under-budgeting of revenues and or over-budgeting of certain expenses. The bottom line is that if we look at the mid-year snapshot or at the year-end final picture, the county financial status is in either case far from healthy, even before we take the cannabis issue into account. What is particularly concerning about our findings is the lack of transparency in the county accounts, which is a critical requirement in order to clearly understand both the impacts of prospective prohibition or regulation. Ultimately, the overall county financial status that suggests that we cannot ignore the impacts of discontinuing the cannabis regulation program, as also suggested by several county staff and impacted stakeholders. With consideration for all the information we've just shared, we'd like to pose a simple, or perhaps not so simple, question to Supervisor Mills. Precisely where within the county's budget are you anticipating on finding the required funds to enforce Measure B? Please kindly enlighten the public as to where precisely those pockets of hidden funds are. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Ben Stopper, District 5. I believe it is also important that we let you know that we gathered this data from the actuals off the auditor controller's site at the county, so it is public knowledge, and so that it can be verified that those numbers are true. To continue with the $4 million surplus, it would be prudent to locate this to cover the cost of the $5.4 million caused by the unforeseen storm damages brought to our attention by Jeff Krovitz from Public Works. And we do understand that much of this may be paid back to the county through different state and federal disaster relief funds in the future. And with that, we need to cover the gap in the sheriff's budget that has been created by the recession in the last decade, resulting in loss of officers and staff. That's feet on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Let me explain. According to the Consumer Price Index, to buy now what would take $1 to buy 10 years ago, you need $1.21. So any budget from 10 years ago would need $1.21 to buy the same thing. 2006-2007, the sheriff's budget alone was $6.7 million. To have the same buying power 10 years later would take $8.1 million. The Calaveras narcotics budget was $339,000 then, so it would take $410,190. Instead, in 2015-2016, the sheriff's budget was $5.5 million, and the Cal Narco was $119,000. That is a gap totaling approximately $2.9 million, just to bring the sheriff's department to the 2005-2006 budget levels that it was at with feet on the ground. Mind you, without upholding a ban and abating 1,000, I don't know how many illegal crops are out there, maybe 2,000 crops. Dennis, we would like to know how we plan on filling this gap. Furthermore, this variance is very large, $8 million, during years of negotiations of employees that are already underpaid and overworked in our county. Most of the departments within our county have taken cuts throughout this last decade, and there's a lot of people working here that are doing a larger workload, and there's unfilled positions to help them get the jobs done that we need to fill. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. I understand you're going to speak, Mr. Segala? There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Al.
I'm Al Segala with the Calaveras County Taxpayers Association, and I have a cold, so forgive my voice. I'd like to really welcome our new CAO, Timothy. I had a chance to chat with him. He's really a nice person. I have a number of items, and I'm going to do it within 3 minutes, I think. Please consider the following suggestions. Number one, opposing the state sanctuary state law and to proclaim Calaveras County to be not a sanctuary county. This should be a letter to the state representatives. Supporting H.R. 850, Agency Accountability Act. Non-tax income should be controlled by Congress, not the administration. And a letter to McClintock would be great if you could do that. Number three, to suggest the development of county crime graphs showing arrests and convictions. This is to raise the level of sunshine and accountability in the law enforcement. There was a previous election for sheriff, and there was such a disparity as to what the crime statistics were. It really was so bewildering, and I think that could be corrected by just keeping a record of it. And it should be in graph form. You can look from year to year and see what's happening. I think the taxpayers want to know that. 4, to create an ongoing confidential CAO opinion poll or report card from all public employees leaving or who have left county government. The purpose is to develop policies that help to attract and keep valuable employees. Some people suggest that maybe they leave because they're not being paid enough, and other people suggest that there's other factors in concern. However, if you do have a report card or an exit interview, the CAO will have a real grip on what's happening in the departments and find out what can be done to attract and keep good people. To consider supporting the new U.S. state of Jefferson. This probably would be a referendum of some sort. You want to know your constituents are on board with your thoughts, if you agree with it. And then the last one, oppose AB 199, prevailing wage mandate, as it drives up housing costs, kills jobs. A letter to state representatives would do, and I'm 8 seconds early. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Any further public comment?
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus, Chairman of the Committee to Ban Commercial Cultivation. We've heard a few comments made directed at the Board, is kind of my sense of it, about bans and expenses and who's going to do what. I'd like to remind everybody that this is not a Board action. This is going to be an action of the citizens, and the citizens are going to decide this issue, and then it will be up to the Board and other agencies to do the best they can, and hopefully with our support, to make it all happen. But it will be the will of the people, not the will of the Board, that sees this matter through. So I hope you don't take the criticism too harshly. We understand our places in the system, and we're doing our part, and we're sure that you will do your part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any other speakers? Seeing no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the Board for any Board comments. Hearing none, we'll proceed to the consent agenda, I believe.
The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the Board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any member of the public would like to pull any item from the consent agenda?
Item 16.
I'm sorry.
Bill Wilson, item 16. I'd like to have it removed for further discussion.
Okay. Item 16. Number 8. Did I hear number 8? Yes. Number 13.
Mel Knight, Environment Management Agency. Number 4, I believe, is a resolution that was attached to an item that was pulled 2 weeks ago. So that actually will be addressed by item number 30, and we will have the second reading actually in 2 weeks from now. I believe 4 was initially intended to be the second reading. It's a resolution. Diane, you may be able to clarify.
So I don't think so, because it is adopt a resolution revising Calaveras County rules and regulations for on-site wastewater treatment systems. If it had been the second reading, it would have been adoption of an ordinance.
And then how does that relate to item 30 then, which is actually the item for discussing the ordinance?
I wouldn't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding. My apologies for any confusion
So
on that.
should item 4 be moved to the regular agenda after item 30?
Or be attached to whatever process works for the board.
That would be what I would suggest.
Thank you.
We'll have to come. Yeah. Is it on this particular issue? Or is it on a different one? 14 is different?
Number 13.
It's already
Number
been
13.
pulled. It's already been pulled.
Oh, okay. Didn't hear that. Oh.
Okay, so, Chair, would you like to remove item 4 and place it on the regular agenda after item 30, to
I
which
would.
it is pertained? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
And, Madam Clerk, could you give us a review of the pulled items on the consent agenda?
Yes, I can.
All right.
So I show that the items pulled are number 4, which would be moved to the regular agenda after item 30. I have item 8 has been pulled, 13, 16. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Item 21, please.
Item 21. Okay. Supervisor Tofinelli wants to pull 17. Okay, sir. Is there any other member of the board who would like to have any item pulled from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a little bit out of order due to the time restraints from the organization of RCRC, the rural counties. They have representatives here. And what I'd like to do is we want to hear that right now off the regular agenda. That would be item. Can we do that, Council?
I would imagine that you would need to finish the consent as far as a motion for the remainder of the unpulled items first, and certainly it's in your discretion if you want to move to the regular agenda to hear that one item before coming back to the pulled consent items. That's in your discretion.
Thank you, Council. We will follow that advice. I would entertain a motion to accept the remainder of the consent agenda, excluding items 4, 8, 13, 16, 17, and 21. Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any public comment? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed may indicate by saying no. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. We can do that. We'll make it 10 minutes. And that will go against your time break.
To as many counties as I could. Of course, if I'm traveling to Calaveras County for a board meeting, doesn't mean doesn't make available to go to other counties on the same day. But last month I did Colusa County. This month I'm down here. Next month I will find another county to travel to and introduce myself and say a little something about RCRC and the value of the membership. Today with us is Greg Norton, who's our president and CEO. Stacy Heaton is one of our legislative advocates. What's your title, Stacy? Jack of all trades, she says. Okay. And Mary Pitto. And I think a lot of you know Mary because I think she's a local down here. So I thank you for having me. I thank you for having us. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Norton and allow him to inform you about what RCRC does for you and the value of the organization. So, again, thank you for having me, and I'll sit down and behave myself now. So,
thank you, Supervisor. Thank you for coming.
I'm Greg Norton, as Supervisor Williams just told you, President and CEO with RCRC. I want to thank you all for the opportunity for us to be here today and share a little bit with you about RCRC, and I want to share with you a little bit about some other parts of the organization you may not be as familiar with. We really enjoy being able to do this. We don't get to do it enough, and to have the opportunity to come and visit with you and share with you what we're doing and specifically how some things have application in your county is a real pleasure. Stacy Heaton and Mary Pitto are both here. They're going to follow me with some other items. Both of them work predominantly in the regulatory affairs arena, and they'll be chatting with you about some of those things. So before they do, I want to share with you some of the other things that are going on. In addition to being a board member on RCRC, Supervisor Garamendi is also a board member of Golden State Finance Authority, GSFA. I want to share with you a little bit about GSFA and National Homebuyers Fund, two affiliate entities of RCRC. So while you know that RCRC has 35 member counties, covers about 55% of California's land mass and 75% of the water that's generated in the state, et cetera. But our population, even though it's over 55% of land mass, it covers about only 10% of California's population. So you see the need for a voice like RCRC to combine all the rural counties together. Of those 35 member counties, 33 of them are members of Golden State Finance Authority. And as I noted, Supervisor Garamendi is a board member on that one as well. Calaveras County is a member of Golden State Finance Authority. The Joint Powers Authority has a number of other members in addition to the 33 voting members. Another 22 counties, almost 200 cities, another Joint Powers Authority in the state. And so Golden State Finance Authority pretty much works statewide in California, providing its programs. Its primary program is to provide down payment assistance to homebuyers to help them purchase a home. It's been quite successful with that over the years. The biggest hurdle that most families have in being able to purchase a home, they have the jobs, they have the credit score, and the other things that they need. they just lack the down payment. It's the biggest hurdle to home purchase. And so National Home Buyers Fund and Golden State Finance Authority both help in that arena. Golden State Finance Authority has some other programs that we offer. We started a number of years ago in the energy efficiency arena. We now have a program that provides for energy efficiency, water conservation, renewable energy financing. It's only been around for since the fall of 2015. We've already assisted more than 23,000 property owners with rehab or implementation of new programs or energy efficiency, water conservation, some renewables on their property. In those programs, Calaveras County has had some folks participate. There's been 4 families residential that have had energy retrofits on their property already. Another 8 families are in the pipeline. The 4 that have been completed totaled about $72,000. Also, in our prior energy programs that we had before the current one, there was 12 properties in Calaveras that participated in energy efficiency renovation, and for about $300,000 of activity in the county. Golden State Finance Authority also does other programs like multifamily financing and things of that nature. One of the things that I want to touch on for you for a moment is a new area for Golden State Finance Authority, is we are developing a program for infrastructure financing. As I know you're aware, a lot of small counties struggle when you have one project by itself. You don't have the revenue streams and the other opportunities maybe that are necessary to help do a rehab of a facility or build a new one. So we have a lot of skill in the arena of raising capital and scaling programs. Our entities jointly have participated in about $17 billion of financing over the years. So what we want to do is apply those skills to the arena of infrastructure. We are developing a program working with people in other areas that have skills in this particular arena to create a function where we can take multiple infrastructure projects from rural communities. So there's broad geographic dispersion, different types of projects, pulling them together into a pooled financing structure. Been to D.C. a number of times and met with various agencies on different levels of support we can receive so that we can combine these into a basically public-private partnership type of financing where the financing is pooled and has federal, state, local resources as well as private either investment or equity investment so that we can see some of these projects that can't be funded become funded. And that's the project we're working on right now. Our first area of focus is in the arena of water-related projects, wastewater treatment, sewer, drinking water, groundwater recharge, multitude of water-related projects. We're about to submit our first pilot funding for 5 or 6 projects. We will submit that in probably 2 or 3 weeks, those 5 or 6 projects. Be really interested in seeing how that comes out. We're pretty optimistic about it. Another thing that we're doing kind of in hand with the infrastructure financing, second priority in that arena is broadband deployment. We've had numerous conversations on taking a whole different approach to broadband than has been taken in the past to see if we can have some success and be able to help those projects occur in the middle mile, get out to the areas so the last mile can then be connected. Also, we're working on an area that's another one that's new to us is economic development and job creation. You will hear soon about a series of workshops that we're going to be rolling out that will be working with small and medium-sized rural businesses and providing training to help them expand their markets via export. We're working with a number of experts in these arenas, and we think that the series of programs from Export 101 through Export Finance and connecting with international markets, et cetera, will be pretty extensive and provide the tools that are necessary for small and rural businesses to be able to connect with that. National Home Buyers Fund is a nonprofit public benefit corporation, has 5 board members. 2 of them are the chair and vice chair of RCRC. The other 2 others are the chair and vice chair of Golden State Finance Authority. The 5th member is my position. That is a national down payment assistance provider, has provided programs and originated in more than 40 states to date. It's been quite successful. The 2 entities, Golden State Finance Authority and National Home Buyers Fund together, have assisted about 105,000 families with the purchase of a home. Just since January of 2014, National Home Buyers Fund has provided more than $220 million in non-repayable gifts is a form of down payment assistance so that families can purchase a home. These don't have any strings attached or any repayment required. In Calaveras County, the two entities jointly over the years have helped 109 families purchase a home. Total related financing to those purchases was about $17 million. So there's been good activity in Calaveras County with that program as well. The last thing I want to touch on, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have, the last thing I want to touch on is that with the success that our organization has had in 2016, I was really pleased that our board unanimously, in all three boards, approved what I'm calling a give back program. We've done this in 3 different areas so far. National Homebuyers Fund funded the remaining resources necessary to rehabilitate a 1950s era apartment complex that is housing homeless veterans and their families. The first 4 families moved into that complex just before the holidays. It comes with a variety of additional services associated with it through Volunteers of America and Homemade. Great project. If you're ever in Sacramento and have a chance, let me know and we can get a tour. It also serves Placer, El Dorado, and Yolo counties, which are all RCRC member counties. And the NHF board has also designated about another $1.6 million for other similar projects of that type. We also have RCRC and National Homebuyers Fund together have funded a 3-year program for implementation of human trafficking prevention and awareness education in all 35 RCRC member county public schools. There's approved curriculum with the California Department of Education. It also has the support of the Attorney General's office for 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade education to be brought into all the public schools in our 35 counties to help prevent those children from becoming victims of human trafficking. Feel really happy that we're a part of that because I've learned so much about what has occurred with kids that I had no idea was going on. And so we're really pleased to be a part of prevention. And the last one is that Golden State Finance Authority approved $1.5 million to provide disaster assistance for Calaveras and Lake counties with the Butte and the Valley fires. We provided $150,000 to Calaveras in December of 15, another $300,000 in December of 16 that were to help with temporary housing and then subsequently to help folks get back into their permanent homes. We know that it takes a lot more than that, and we're glad that we could be a part of contributing to that, and I know that's a continued effort, and we wish the county well, of course, in those continued efforts and the best to all the families that are still struggling with that. So with that, I will turn it over to Stacy, but I remain available to answer any other questions or any questions you have, and always happy to talk about the things that we're doing for our member counties.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Stacy Heaton with RCRC, and as both Greg and Supervisor Williams mentioned, I'm a part of RCRC's governmental affairs staff, and Mary's got a slide up there now that says pretty much what our focuses are and what we do on governmental affairs at RCRC. We fight for pretty much everything that our member counties care about, so everything from resources, which includes water, forest health, endangered species, waste disposal and diversion, CEQA. We deal with health and human services issues, taxation and county operations, transportation and infrastructure, criminal justice. We have an extensive portfolio on marijuana laws and making sure we preserve county authority in that arena, and the list goes on and on and on. And another thing at RCRC that we're very proud of is that we work on both the legislative and regulatory affairs sides of things. A lot of organizations focus a lot on legislative affairs. We work a lot on the regulatory affairs and the agency side as well, both federal and state. We have fostered very good relationships with a lot of the state and federal agencies throughout California and federally, including the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, the Air Resources Board, Cal EPA, the Resources Agency, Cal Recycle, the list goes on and on and on, in order to be able to leverage those relationships to do the best we can, to get the best we can for our member counties. So Mary, next slide, please. Did we skip one? There we go.
Our governmental affairs team, right now we're operating under our Vice President of Governmental Affairs, Paul Smith, who he's been in the job all of about 2.5 months, but he's been at RCRC a lot longer than that. He was our senior legislative advocate before that, and so we're all working very well under Paul right now, and he's doing a great job. We have 4 other legislative and regulatory affairs advocates outside of Paul. Mary and I are 2 of those, and we also have Mary Ann Warmerdam and Tracy Ryan on our staff. And we have 2 very capable legislative analysts as well, Satina Pasquini and Nick Kalabanoff, that support us in our work. Every year we're analyzing bills, we're out there looking at regulations, and we're meeting and we're testifying and we're working over at the Capitol and the agencies to make sure that we preserve and get what we can for our member counties to make sure we get the best results for you. So, Mary, next slide. 2017-18, these are just a few of our priorities for this year on both legislative and regulatory side. Disadvantaged communities, as you may or may not know, the state tends to look at disadvantaged communities as being more in urban areas than they do in rural areas. It's a very sticky thing that we've been working on for a while. We know that there's a lot of socioeconomically challenged areas in rural communities throughout our CRC membership, so we're trying to work on getting that changed, or at least looked at a little differently, and that's an uphill battle, but we're fighting that fight. State PILT, our CRC is sponsoring Senate Bill 58 this year to try to ensure that counties get their state PILT payments, and so we're still working on fighting that issue. Local marijuana taxes and still implementing the new recreational marijuana laws, where that's an ongoing thing that we're working on at our CRC. Multi-county assessment appeals boards, we're also sponsoring a bill on that. The bill number is escaping my brain right now, but that's something that Paul Smith is working on. The IHSS cost shift is another one. Forest management and wildfire funding, that one is near and dear to my heart because forest health is my issue area. So that is something I live and breathe and sleep every single day. That also includes the tree mortality issue, which is something that I know that this county is very concerned about. Supervisor Oliveira comes down once a month and participates on the state's tree mortality task force. That's a really good example of something our CRC has been able to leverage for our member counties. They have very high positions on that task force and get some very good access to state agency heads, not just staff, but Chief Ken Pimlott, Mark Gillarducci of OES, and also to the governor's office, direct access lines to get things that the county needs, equipment, access, funding, grant funding, all sorts of things. That's been a very good process that the counties have been directly involved in, and we're proud to have played a part in being able to get that access for the counties in that issue. And then ongoing state budget priorities, we'll be working on different areas of the state budget all year to try to get benefits for counties through that process, and that'll be going through, of course, when the legislature does their final budget votes in June, but we'll be advocating on those issues throughout the year. So those are just a few of the things that our CRC is working on. Those are our legislative priorities. Of course, we're always open to phone calls if you think there's an issue that our CRC's advocacy staff is not working on, that we need to be working on, or something that you need to draw to our attention. We'd love to have those phone calls. We'd love to discuss them with you. And we're out there. We think we're working hard, but if we need to be working harder, we need to know that. So we welcome that feedback. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Pitto. She's going to come and talk about our Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, which she plays a humongous role in and does a fantastic job. I'll give her a plug.
Thank you, Stacy.
Good morning, board members, and it's a pleasure to be here in front of you. What I am going to talk about is one of the other agencies within our CRC, and that is the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. It was formed in 1993 by some of the smallest of our CRC counties in response to the ever-increasing legislation and regulations dealing with solid waste. This is when they first enacted the 50% diversion requirement that local jurisdictions are responsible for. The membership is now up to 23 member counties. Calaveras is one of the ESJPA member counties. We help assist our counties with new state and federal regulations and legislations. We do provide regulatory and legislative advocacy. We're always looking out for the new laws and how they affect the rural counties, because they are always generated from the urban areas and urban problems. And they like to impose them the same on our jurisdictions, which they don't affect us the same because of our small populations and distance to markets. They're much more costly in our areas. The ESJPA holds 5 board meetings a year. Our board members is the Board of Supervisors from each of the counties, and they then also appoint an alternate, which can be another supervisor or also a staff member that works in the solid waste arena. The solid waste staff people generally attend our meetings. We have 5 a year. At these meetings, we bring in the state regulatory agencies so that people are able to meet our constituents, the Sacramento people. We also bring in industry leaders and talk about issues that are current issues. It also provides a forum of networking for your staff people. Some of the issues that are currently major issues deal with organics and the new requirement to divert organics from landfills. The law went into effect last year, the beginning, to require businesses that generate over 8 cubic yards of organic waste a month to start diverting that material. And that means they have to go to compost facilities or anaerobic digesters. When that law was being enacted, we at RCRC and the ESJPA worked very hard to get some of the rural counties exempted for a period of 5 years. We tried to go longer, we tried to get more counties, but it ended up we were able to get 17 of the rural counties that have less than 70,000 population a 5-year exemption, which means in 2020 you're going to have to be likely have to be looking at organics diversion from your landfills. Even though you're exempt right now, you need to start planning ahead because that will be coming. In addition, there's also another law that passed that requires you this year to plan for your organics diversion. It will require you estimate how much you're going to have for over a period of 5 years and how you're going to take care of that. We will be working hard to get that exemption extended. I don't know how successful that will be. Cal Recycle, the agency that oversees all of the solid waste, is working very hard to get additional requirements, because the state now has a requirement, it's a statewide requirement, not a local agency requirement, to divert 75% of the waste from landfills by 2020. So they're going to be going after local jurisdictions and looking to make local jurisdictions accountable and doing the enforcement this year. I don't know if you remember, but earlier this year, the elected officials received a letter from Cal Recycle indicating that they have the ability and do intend to start using that enforcement ability to make sure that local jurisdictions are meeting their mandatory commercial recycling goal, which that is in place right now, that you are required to have your commercial businesses recycling. So they are going to be looking hard at all the local jurisdictions, and they intend to enforce it, which includes actually the possibility of fining local jurisdictions. And I bring this up just because your solid waste division of Public Works will be having to, impose these requirements, so you need to keep that in mind. The other big thing that will be coming this year is also the possibility of a tipping fee increase. This tipping fee increase is intended to, one of the primary purposes is to be able to have extra money the state will have to help build new infrastructure for the organics facilities that will be needed to handle all the materials. So that is going to be a discussion this year too, is the tipping fee increase. I just wanted to make you aware that there are things going on in this field, and we work closely with your county and the members of your staff. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and we're here to help you and your staff. Thank you. Oh, next. I just wanted to also mention that we have external affairs, some resources that you can use. We do have our website. There is a newsletter called The Barbed Wire that comes out weekly, and that is done via the internet. We are on social media, Facebook and Twitter. We do press releases and op-ed submissions. So this is a slide for you if you want to use any of these. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mary.
I just failed to note one thing, and I want to make sure that I emphasize is I'd had previous discussions with Supervisor Garamendi about the infrastructure financing programs and some potential projects here in the county. And although the county has not submitted any of those projects yet in the surveys that we've sent out, that survey remains and will remain open. It's going to be ongoing for some time. And so I just want to encourage the county with any projects that might fit into that to have them submitted, and we will have them considered in the financing. So I want to make sure I shared that with you.
Thank you, sir.
Happy to answer any questions if anyone has.
Board have any questions?
Greg, thank you so much for driving up from Sacramento today. I was thinking while you were talking that we've known each other for some time since we were students, and I think when we were studying it, we were doing the UC Davis program. I had an infant child, and now he's applying for a driver's license. I don't know how that happened. I don't think you and I have aged, but there you go.
Of course not.
But I really want to thank you, and I want to thank RCRC and Golden State Finance Authority for the help that you've provided to a lot of our Butte fire survivors. Your contributions have helped them in a lot of ways, getting wells fixed, power hooked back up, some of the roads fixed. It made a big difference. And I thank you. I think our community organizations have been working hard to spread it far and wide and make sure it gets in the right places. And I appreciate your leadership and all your staff, as well as our fellow counties, for helping us out. Thank you. I noted I'm proud to serve on the RCRC, and I will let everybody know on the board that it makes you feel like you're not alone. We're a small county, but when we join together with a lot of other counties, we actually have a voice, and you have an excellent staff and very knowledgeable. I've spent a lot of time around the state capitol, and certainly the staff of the RCRC is top-notch, and I feel like our rural county has a voice. So I'm very grateful to that. And so and also thank you for having the conversation about our infrastructure. As I discussed with you, one of my priorities as we rebuild after the Butte fire is making sure we pull infrastructure to that area, both internet and perhaps water if we can, to help revitalize that. When we rebuild it, we're stronger than we were before the fire and build our economy. So thank you for that, and I'm sure we'll be continuing conversations.
And we look forward to being a part of the recovery, so that should be great to work on with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Public comment.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Can we look into recycling cannabis stocks for hemp production, for, say, hempcrete or body parts? Can we look at using the sugar leaf that we're now just throwing away, possibly using it as an organic fuel supplement, as in ethanol or methanol, which is a very good source. Those sugar leaves are very good for that kind of production. It was done before 1937 when marijuana was put on prohibition. I just think maybe we could examine some of that as far as the organics are concerned, because those are basically just going to waste right now. You can't even burn the stalks. They don't burn. You need to chop them up and make fiber out of them and make hempcrete. It's a bio, lasts for 100 years and decomposes. You can put a 600-degree blast furnace up against it for 4.5 hours and it doesn't even touch the wall. It includes the wall, the foundation, and the framing all in one simple pour. It's good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I also have a suggestion. I know a couple years back, there was a little bit of talk about creating dealing with organic waste, creating, and I called it the poop factory, where at the end we could all have bags of compost that would be available for sale or for whoever's contributing to the process. But as we're going to be under the gun in 5 years having to deal with the organic waste, I think the idea of having a composting factory for the biological waste, the organic waste, all the things that we don't really want to deal with, but could actually have an end result. And I'm thinking, I'm thinking about having this factory somewhere, Pool Station Road or somewhere out there. If it were to be financed, perhaps with, as we know, there's a few bucks put on every taxpayer's bill for a solid waste. If we had a $5 contribution from every homeowner, and at the end they could take their tax bill and they could go to their factory and they could get their free bag of compost, maybe that would be the payback for that $5 contribution to creating this factory that would reprocess the biological and organic waste. And a couple years ago, I had a whole big idea of a sales pitch, what we could call it and what the advertising could be. But anyway, if we're heading in that direction, I think that's something that we should consider. It would be a benefit, too, that we could employ people, wearing gloves and stuff. But, I mean, that would be a good basis for a pace of employment in Calaveras County. Anyway, that's one thought this demented mind has. So thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Just to clarify on what she was just talking about, which is a very good idea, actually, Class A biosolids, fecal reduction, and also methane reduction in our solid waste mixing together for actually what she exactly said moving forward in the future. This was on before the Board of Supervisors, I believe, in 2008. There was a grant coming through, and there was the idea of moving forward with a biosolids with a class A designation, so where it does go back out in the property and everything. So she's absolutely right, and it's actually something that I'm sure Mr. Mills, when he was on CCWD, he's familiar with, that something that working with the various districts throughout here, there's constantly a issue with removing the biosolids from different wastewater treatment plants and everything, and actually this is a healthy way to move forward, and a lot of places in California are already doing this, and throughout the United States. And I mean, when you see this stuff, things like when you go into a store and you see the soil bag black gold, that's Class A biosolids reduction soil that goes in people's gardens, and it's healthy and it's sustainable on itself, because it pays for itself if you do it properly. So definitely good suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Asa Gallant, Taxpayer Association. I'm really impressed, and also impressed with all these ideas, what you can do. I've got 3 chickens, and they got a compost box, and I thought I was really doing something, but wow, look at all this other stuff going on. One of the things that we do need is wisdom in financing. We had a real estate crash, and we know what the cause of the crash was. Actually, the federal government encouraged people to buy property with no money down, believe it or not. And with the easy money, prices went up to compensate for it, and then the crash came. And then many people lost their home in foreclosure. And we don't have to go that route. So I have 2 questions. I really like RCRC because our rural counties do need to have some representation. We're not getting it from the high population counties. But the RC and RC is not just representation of rural counties. It's also involved with financing to make homes easier to buy. The caution I have there, I think it's better for people starting out to start saving their money for a down payment rather than get into a home with no money down because of subsidy from taxpayers. I think that when you look long term, it really makes sense, even if they don't have a home that they own for 5 years or so. Now, this is the way it used to be, and then you have less chance of foreclosure, and then and they'll be more solid in their investment. The other side to that, I couldn't quite see what the tax bill was to the taxpayer on this. We talked about some money coming from federal government. Well, that's taxpayer, you're paying that. State government, yeah, you're a taxpayer again, you're paying that. And I don't know if the county's chipping in, but we need to know what the total subsidy is to the taxpayer. I think that's a good way to present the information, and then we can balance it out. There's no such thing as a free lunch. 31 seconds remaining.
Any other further public comment?
Greg Norton with RCRC Golden State Finance Authority, and I just want to say I very much appreciate the gentleman's comments. So I'd just like to clarify a little bit. The current program that we have that has non-repayable gifts are not raised on federal or any other kind of money. They're raised in the capital markets, same as investment banking. So we do it that way. We have an investment banker actually that's on staff. He's been with us more than 10 years and created that program. So we raise it all in the capital markets and free private capital dollars. Also, he has a very valid comment about what happened with people getting into homes that they couldn't afford. Our program only, it's for low to moderate income home buyers, but it provides it for those that are fully qualified through FHA and currently more stringent FHA and conventional underwriting. We had a program that provided down payment assistance in the form of a second mortgage. We issued more bond debt of more than $140 million in seconds that went with billions of dollars of first mortgages. Over the life of those loans, not annually, but the life of those loans, that second mortgage portfolio, the total life loss is about 3%. So I'm just saying that there were a lot of programs out there that really strained home buyers. Thankfully, we put programs together that didn't. And the current program does leave them with equity in their home the day that they sign the papers. Most of the other programs that are going around the country, they make that down payment in the form of a lien. We don't think it's necessary because we're very efficient, and so we'll be able to provide it in the form of a gift. On the capital financing for infrastructure projects, there is governmental money involved. They're governmental projects. It would be taxpayer resources that would be utilized to help subsidize the taxpayers that currently can't afford to pay for the projects that they have because there's not enough of them in rural areas, and that is the method that we're using on that project. But I will tell you that the funds that we're trying to access at the federal level are already fully appropriated and have been appropriated actually for several years and unutilized, and so that's the resources that we're pursuing. But again, I appreciate your comments very much, and that type of awareness should exist everywhere, and we are conscientious of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last call.
Marty Crane, District 5. Over the years, different configurations of this board have struggled with the understanding of what RCRC does, what benefit is it to this Calaveras County, and the cost of the membership. And I would just like to say thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi, for inviting them. I believe you invited them. Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much for coming and bringing clarity and an understanding to what this is and the benefits to all our counties. And once again, speaking with a larger voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor, anything for you, sir?
Just one more thing, and you got the rundown of the business arm of RCRC, and because of the success of the business arm of RCRC, I just asked Greg, and since I've been on the board, The dues have not increased at all for member counties. In fact, he just informed me that we actually lowered the dues based off of the success of our business arm of the program, which is something a lot of state organizations cannot say. So it's been very successful. And Supervisor Garamendi, you're absolutely correct as far as the voice that is across the street that represents RCRC. Every time I'm down in Sacramento, I go over and I walk the halls. And no matter which legislator I talk to, which side of the aisle that they happen to be on, one of the questions that I get asked is, what's RCRC's position on this? And so obviously they're making inroads over there because people are listening to it and they want to know what rural California wants out of the state capitol. So I very much appreciate their efforts. So thank you all again for having me. And you all have my cards. If you have any questions, call me. If you just want to chew on me for something, go ahead. I mean, we've all been chewed on, so I'm ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Is there any more public comment? I'd like to bring it back to the board. Okay. Any board comment? It was an informational presentation. Is there a board comment, Mr. Platt? There you go.
Mary, how are you doing? I didn't recognize you. I don't want to tell you how long I've known you because you might get mad at me. But I met Mary when she first started in planning department. I think Pargett was the director then in building N. He had building N. Didn't he have planning then too? Brent just started it? Okay, but it was nice seeing you. I'm glad to see you.
Any further comments from the board? I want to recognize Stacy. We spent a lot of time yesterday together. Wait a minute, at meetings. She does a very fine job in public outreach for the Governor's Task Force on Tree Mortality. Very engaged and works well. Having said that, I believe that will conclude the presentation informational. Madam Clerk.
So we're going to skip to item 24. This item is from Human Resources. To adopt a resolution appointing the county administrative officer and approve and authorize the board chair to sign the employment agreement.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director, and today I am bringing to you a resolution memorializing the vote that you took on the 7th, appointing the county administrative officer. And then also today we're asking you to approve and authorize the board chair to sign the employment agreement. With the resignation of CAO Ryan, we went on a month-long recruitment. We had a successful recruitment. We had many qualified candidates. I want to commend my staff. They did a very good job. Also, with interim CAO Lopez, when we brought him on board, he said it would only take 3 to 6 months to find a CAO, and he was correct. We did our initial interviews, and then we found 6 very qualified candidates to bring before the board. And then, of course, they chose Mr. Lutz. Mr. Lutz comes to Calaveras County from Tulare County, where he's held several positions. And for the past 4 years, he's been the Director of Fiscal Operations. In that position, Mr. Lutz was responsible for the management of the Office of Emergency Services, Animal Services, General Accounting, Accounts Receivable, Accounts Payable, Contracts, Facilities Management, and Development Programs. Mr. Lutz has a master's degree in business administration from California State University, Fresno, and a bachelor's in psychology from the same. Mr. Lutz is also a credentialed California County Senior Executive from California State Association of Counties, which is CSAC. We often talk about CSAC here. And so instead of me going on about Mr. Lutz, I will let him say a few things.
Since I apparently have somebody glued at my hip, I will.
Brought the boss with you, huh?
Well, yeah. First of all, let me say, Chairman Olvera, members of the board, I sincerely appreciate your vote of confidence. I'm thrilled to be here this morning. I'm very excited to start this new challenge, just knowing overall the financial condition of the county. I know we have a lot of work to be done, but I also feel that there's so much potential and promise. I'm really excited to really get my sleeves rolled up and get to work on making the finances of this county stronger and looking at some long-range planning for how we continue to grow into the future. So also I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all of the Calaveras staff. Certainly interim CAO Lopez has been wonderful to work with, as has Judy Hawkins. And all of the HR staff, county administrative staff, everyone's been really friendly. Great group. I'm really excited to start working with this group. So thank you very much.
Thank you, future CAO. Let's. I think I would take about a 5 to 10 minute break for photographs. Congratulations. I know that you. Public comment. I'm sorry.
Oh yes.
Is there any public comment before we take a 5 to 10 minute break for photographs? And congratulations. Okay. No, more. You can go like that if you want. Or like that. Bringing it back to the board, I would entertain a motion to appoint Timothy Lutz as CAO of Calaveras County as directed by HR and by the board previous actions. So moved. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Clapp. No public comment. Entertain a motion. Indicate your approval by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. No. Motion carries. I did not say no. I'm sorry. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. We'll be a 5 to 10 minute break for congratulations photographs. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Madam Clerk.
So we will go to item 4. No, we won't. That's going to be heard after item 30. So we will then go to item 8, which is from Human Services, to authorize the board chair to sign 2 letters. Excuse me. Hold on one moment. Okay, to authorize the board chair to sign 2 letters opposing the governor's proposal to cease operation of the Coordinated Care Initiative, CCI, and undo the In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS, Maintenance of Effort, MOE.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. The item before you today is a recommendation from the Health and Human Services Agency to sign 2 letters of opposition of an element of the governor's proposed budget, specifically about the Coordinated Care Initiative, or the elimination of many components of it, and even more specifically, the elimination of the In-Home Supportive Services Maintenance of Effort Cost-Sharing Agreement. A little bit of background: In-Home Supportive Services is a program that is an entitlement program. It's an alternative to out-of-home care. It's for those individuals that are low-income adults that may have a disability, and the individuals who are on in-home supportive services and receive the services as a consumer must be Medi-Cal eligible. So with this element of the governor's budget, basically what it proposed is, prior to fiscal year 2012, there was the program operated with a cost-sharing agreement where the counties and the states split. So there was 50% portion of non-federal, or excuse me, The federal government is responsible for 50% of the in-home supportive services cost, and then the states and the counties split the remaining 50% at 65-35, 35% to the counties. In fiscal year 2012, and that cost sharing changed, and what happened instead was an in-home supportive services maintenance of effort was established. And basically what that did is it created a amount based off of that the county would be responsible for funding the program for in-home supportive services. Regardless of how much the program grew, we had a set amount from year to year that was based off of 2011, 2012 expenditures. It had a inflator, 30.5% annually. But it created sustainability for us at the local level, where we were able to anticipate the amount that the program was going, that the county's contribution was going to be from year to year. As you know, the program itself has grown in cost over the number of years. We've had a number of things that have affected that. We have the expansion of Medi-Cal, which made many more individuals eligible for the in-home supportive services because we increased the denominator. We have had the federal changes, such as the implementation of the Fair Labor Standard Act. We've had increases to minimum wage, just a number of elements that have increased the cost to the program. In addition, we've seen the number of individuals grow that are receiving in-home supportive services, as well as the number of hours grow that are receiving in-home supportive services. Again, a lot due to our aging demographics, especially here in Calaveras County. So in a memo that was provided to your board during the mid-year budget process, I did outline the projected amounts that, based off of trends and based off of tools that we've received from our various associations, such as the County Welfare Directors Association and CSAC. We were able to project that in the coming year, we anticipate that in addition to our annual maintenance of effort amount of $635,000, we would see additional cost of $500,000 for the program itself as we revert back to this cost-sharing method. As you heard from RCRC today, they, as well as all of the other associations, are in opposition of this. There's been a lot of information provided about why this is detrimental to the local governments, and we provided a plethora of backup documentation in your board packet that further supports this. So at this time, I could take any questions about this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the summary of this whole process, and we know that IHSS is going to be a real challenge in next year's budget. The 1991 realignment funds might be gone, the way that the governor's looking at it now, according to CSAC. So how is this going to affect us when you're looking at a $500,000 shortfall possibly for next year on the 347 people we're now serving? This could twist our world completely upside down in terms of us having to absorb that additional 35% that the governor is now taking away. Some of the counties are suggesting maybe just to give the whole program back to the states, since they ultimately are responsible for it. Have you explored the options of how we could best put this together without taking an additional hit to our general fund? Because that's really where it's going to come from. I know it's a long-winded question.
No, this is why I'm here, definitely, to provide some information that we've received. So let me start with the first question about the impact locally. In the mid-year budget, which Interim CAO Lopez put together, it did direct my team to go back and identify ways to make this $500,000 impact work in this coming year, in fiscal year 17-18. That is something we are completely prepared to do. We have a very large budget that we have many different revenue sources and expenditures. It's got a lot of elements, and the reality is we will find a way to absorb this hit in the coming year. What really is the reason why this is being brought to your board is not so much this first year, it's the out years where the impacts grow and grow and grow, because we have the minimum wage growing, and then it's a methodology which has a cap. It's complicated, but basically the impact is much larger in the out years. So at that point, if it stands as is, and I did want to note that there are many conversations going on between our representatives of CSAC and CWDA at the state level with various legislatures, looking through various potential proposals that are different from the governor's proposal. The reality is, though, right now, that's what stands. There's negotiation, many of which you are aware of. But should it continue as is, we will be bringing back to your board various options of how to do this, because we can't absorb with current service levels the growth in the out years. So that could mean changes in service levels in the department that I work with and for. It could mean other counties are having conversations about general fund. It really will be a decision up to your board at that time. I remain hopeful that we don't reach that these conversations that are being held amongst our representative associations in the legislature identify an alternative that is not so dramatically impacting counties, and counties of all size. It doesn't really matter how big you are, it's providing an impact. In terms of giving the program back, that's not a conversation that we would be having at the local level. I'm aware those conversations are happening at the above me at the state capitol, but in terms of here in Calaveras County, we are the implementers of the direction provided to us by the state and federal governments. So if something like that was to happen, we would have to figure out how we would make that work.
I'm really not so much interested in what the impacts are going to be on next year's budget, but as you said, to the budgets in years 4 and 5, where it's going to become insurmountable. So if we can have a real serious discussion about what that overall projection looks like out there in the 4 and 5 year range, I think it will give us a better idea of how we need to respond in this next year's budget cycle. So having that conversation early in the next few months is going to be very important.
Yes, and I did want to just note one particular thing, just to provide clarification. Given that in-home supportive services is an entitlement program to the consumers and to the providers, this is not going to affect that. It's the back end, it's the financing of it that in the other programs that are not entitlement programs or have varied levels of service requirements that are other social services, public health and mental health funded programs where growth won't be provided to them, given the fact that the growth, any additional revenue growth will go to fund this impact. So yes, very much so. All those conversations are needed, and I appreciate Interim CAO Lopez bringing to your attention this matter during the mid-year budget, even though it isn't for this year. It's a matter that is very hot topic at the state level, and your board should definitely know about the potential impacts.
And we're not the only one with 27% of our county impacted by this particular program.
No.
As Tuolumne County is in the same role.
Yes.
So I think those counties that have the larger impact are going to be feeling it first.
Yes.
Not that they all won't.
Yes.
But thank you for clarifying that the service providers won't be affected here. This is not about that. It's all about budget and where do we go with it, how do we fit it in, and what are the priorities that we make as a result of those changes.
Exactly.
So thank you for your clarity.
Thank you very much. Very informative. I'm glad we have you in your position.
Thanks.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that you won't have a major impact in this year in 17-18's budget. Can you unpack that a little bit? How that would work? Would we lose any services? Just unpack that statement for me.
Yes. So based off of the amounts of money that we're looking at right now, because we are in preparation for the upcoming year's budget, we believe that we will be able, like I said, to make it work. There is, just in complete transparency, and this is the part we're ironing out, there is the ability to shift monies between public health and social services programs provided to us, and we actually do have sufficient funding in one of our public health programs that are going to be where we have traditionally been providing 10% for. So we're basically going to just move over a little bit of funding. That's about $200,000, and the remainder we have a little bit of savings. We're very, very mindful with our finances, and so for this first year, we believe that with our current staffing and with the increased revenue we've received from 1991, a realignment over the years due to caseload, again, not enough to cover the out years, but in this first year, that's where we believe we're going to be able to identify the savings.
What programs in public health would be impacted by that $200K?
It's not specifically the public, excuse me, let me try this again. So what I mean is There is a program in public health, and excuse me, the specific one escapes me at the moment. Actually, I need to retract that. Public health is funded from various grants. They receive a number of grants from the California Department of Public Health, and currently the grant amounts that we receive are going to be sufficient in this coming year as we're projected to be able to cover all of the expenditures for the existing staff. So if we don't increase services, which we've been directed to have a status quo budget, and we're prepared for that, we believe that in this first year we will be able to realign, I shouldn't use that word, move some of the monies from that were provided to public health over to social services, and then do what we need to do in the social services budget to properly be able to keep current service levels as well as keep within our budget constraints.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional point, and thank you for clarifying that, because I wrote it down, as the word cost shift. Because that is going to be the budget mechanism that you'll need to use going into this next year, but that cannot be a continual, sustainable way to do it. So that's why we have to have a discussion now, so that we don't get out in years 4 and 5 and find out that that's not, I can't handle it anymore like that.
Exactly.
So thank you. That cost-shifting mechanism is a short-term solution, but not a long-term.
Yes, that's exactly true.
Thank you. Any other further comments from the board? We need to hear from Bonnie. She pulled the item, if you will, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Looking for money. At the IHSS committee, we're aware that baby boomers coming of age is a big part of the problem. And to let you know, we're dying as fast as we can, but I don't think we're going to be able to make up the difference in this program. The concern is, well, first of all, when I was doing my public comments this morning, it really didn't have to do with this, so that issue still needs to be discussed further. But as far as this situation goes right here, I've been confused about the MOE for a very, very long time, and Kristen did do a good job of explaining it, but I'm going to get her and use her brain a little bit more, because it's not really very clear to me. I'm so pleased that you're going to be writing a letter opposing the governor's plans, because it's short-sighted on the part of the state budget to take this on. In addition to the shortfall that may occur at the state, there's also concern about the federal monies that may or may not be coming down. If you all are being asked to make up the difference from the state's short-changing us, what's it going to be like when and if the federal government decides to shortchange us somewhere? And we're feeling pretty good right now that we're not going to have services, hours, or consumers' services cut in any way, but how is that going to be sustainable, not only this year, but in the future? And we know more people are going to be needing this program. It's spiraling out of control. A couple years ago, nobody knew what IHSS was, very low-key, under-the-radar program. Now it's coming up to rear its ugly head and bite us all in the rear end, because as Mr. Mills has said, these conversations could and should have been maybe taken place a while back. And any effort to speed up the process, I think, will be greatly appreciated. My time's getting short. I just want to remind folks that it's real important that we people have jobs, the 347 of us. But what we do is care for people that you never going to be able to see, the people that have no voice, that have no power, that have oftentimes not the ability to make good decisions for themselves. So we're talking about the most vulnerable people in our society, not all seniors, because about 80% of our clients are under the age of 65. So I thank you very much.
Any further public comment?
Yes, I want to thank Bonnie for pulling this, because we've added clarity to what this program is. And you mentioned that it's coming to the surface of this big conversation here. Bonnie and I spent all day yesterday at the state capitol and visited all of the assembly members. And I think there were only 2 staffers that didn't engage and go, oh, yes, I'm with you, I got this. So they're totally immersed in this. And I wanted to reiterate also that these people who are being served as consumers of the IHSS program are our lowest income, most fragile populations. And I venture to say that they have paid their taxes all their lives, many of them, and helped pay for our roads and everything else. They paid their dues, and now they find themselves in a situation where we could all find ourselves tomorrow, next week, whatever. So it is incumbent upon us all to take care of our most fragile. So I just wanted to make sure that because we throw the acronym out there, IHSS, that people actually understand who this is serving and what it is doing to care for our friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Anyway, Bill Wilson, District 1. Again, we're short on money. We have no money. And we're looking at, in June, collecting half of $11 million. Maybe a little of that could go to this program to catch up the shortfalls. The 4 or 5 years, if we have regulation and we actually expand this just a little bit to allow maybe more than half of the 780 that applied that are going to make it through the program, you can have almost 1,000 farms paying $5,000 a year plus up to $44,000 per plot. That could be $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 that our budget, this county, could have in it from legal, regulated marijuana farming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Segala?
I have a lot of respect for the speakers that are in this field. My wife took care of her mother until she passed away. And I've been thinking about this. Is it the government's responsibility to take care of the elderly people? Or is it the family's responsibility? What about churches? I wonder if it's possible, with a little bit of positive attitude, we can bring other elements of the community, like family, churches, and other groups, to help on this a little bit, and not look to government subsidy, which is kind of cold.
Thank you, sir.
2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Any further public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Board comments?
Getting into a discussion about entitlements is a whole other constitutional issue, isn't it, Al? So, no, I'm just glad we've had this conversation today, and that I know that Kristen's going to work real hard to try to figure her piece of it out. Thank you for being here and being available.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments from the board? I would entertain a motion on item number A of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry.
Item 13 is from the Sheriff's Office. To authorize the Sheriff to sign an interagency agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration, for $32,000 for illegal cannabis eradication from October 1, 2016 through September 30th, 2017.
Good afternoon, Jim. Good afternoon, Jim Aceto. I'm a captain with the Sheriff's Office. This item was pulled. I'm going to step back and allow whatever questions or reason this item was pulled to be addressed, and then if there's any issues I need to address, I'll step back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Couple things. The report from our opening comments somewhat apply here, and part of this, so I'm going to go ahead and hand this to you. I apologize, we only had 5 copies. I asked for 6, but that happens. So, and then just to get on, I have some basic questions on this. We would like to ask if this interagency agreement from the U.S. Department of Justice is the only money that we expect through September 30th of 2017 from any federal funds. Also, I would like to ask, it says here, illegal cannabis eradication. How does that apply? When we call it illegal, this comes from the federal, this is federal money, I believe, but does state law apply on what's legal and illegal when you're judging what is illegal cannabis? And then if it would be able to be applied to things that were under state law considered to be legal. And I think that about covers the extent of my questions for that.
Okay. Thank you.
That's not
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. To answer the question, is this the only federal funding the Sheriff's Office is going to receive prior or up till September 1st of 2017? The short answer is no. The Sheriff's Office receives other federal funding for various projects. I'm sorry, sir, somebody asked me a question while you were bringing up your second question, so I didn't hear it in its entirety.
Okay, and I would like to clarify the first one. Is this the only money for drug enforcement in federal for illegal marijuana grows coming from the federal government? And then the second question is, moving forward, when it comes to illegal cannabis eradication, does state law apply to whether it's legal or illegal, being federal money that this is coming from? Is that clear?
Unfortunately, no. The first part, yes, but the second part, I have no idea what it is you're asking.
Okay. Illegal cannabis eradication is what this is located for.
Correct.
So when state law says that we...
Gentlemen, could I have you folks address using the microphone for our folks on TV land here?
Okay. I think I can simplify my question is I would like a definition on exactly what they consider to be illegal cannabis eradication. Does that clarify for you now? Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this particular item is regarding DEA funding for domestic cannabis eradication. And we received two sources of funding for controlled substances, which includes marijuana, one of which is this DEA grant. The other is federal pass-through money, which is received through a JAG and ADA grant that's passed through from the federal government to the state of California to the county. That grant or that funding source is temporary, and it is not specific to marijuana. It involves other drugs, and we utilize that other separate set of funding more so for other narcotics-related investigations specifically outside of marijuana. However, sometimes investigations involve more than one drug. The last question that I'm still trying to, I guess, get my head around is how do we define illegal cannabis? That would be cannabis or marijuana-related investigations that either through intelligence or through the course of investigation, the case is determined that the marijuana that is in possession is in fact illegal at the federal level and at the state level, and whereby people do not appear to be trying to comply with any of the or some of, not any, I want to be specific, not just any, or some of the issues surrounding the recently passed Calaveras County urgency ordinance. So I'm not sure if I was clear, because that's not a very easy question to answer, but and if I'll just talk briefly about this money. We generally utilize this money for overtime and large operations and for the use of helicopters because they are expensive. We utilize the helicopter funding for both surveillance and for short-haul operations. Short-haul operations meaning we either haul marijuana out of rough terrain because it's not only cheaper, but it's safer on staff to haul it out using a helicopter with a tow line to an area where we can get it into a truck. And we also utilize it to deploy staff into remote, rugged areas in order to get staff into an area quicker and safer. With respect to the overtime, since our staff that work marijuana and or narcotics is not large enough to address some of our larger operations, we bring in patrol staff or staff assigned to other parts of the sheriff's office, other divisions, and we pay them overtime to come work to either eradicate or investigate controlled substance investigations, specifically marijuana.
Thank you, Captain. Any further public comment?
Bill McManus. To go along with what Captain Macedo was talking about, I was looking at the front page of the agreement from the DEA, and there's a list of some items here that the agency, which is the Sheriff's Department, has to comply with. Right above that, it does specifically refer to the marijuana because of its placement on the Controlled Substance Act, and they cite the U.S. Code for that. Of course, additionally, now we know that butane hash oil has been added to the CSA Schedule 1. But the agency's responsibilities here pretty much talk about marijuana being illegal. So when you go to the federal government and ask for money, I don't think it's unfair that the federal government tell you what the rules are if you're going to get the money. Along with that, there was some question about additional funding. I'm pretty sure that the federal government, DEA, and other agencies do not fly over Calaveras County and drop money on us. That applications have to be made. You have to apply for grants. You have to ask for grants. You have to qualify for grants and other funds that are coming in. Our status as a de facto sanctuary county, where we tend to ignore federal law in the county, might make it a little bit more difficult. In talking with a fellow named Bill Rusamente, who is part of the HIDTA, I think it's High Intensity Drug, something or other, anyway, task force, he's outlined a lot of different grant applications. I'm sure the Sheriff's Office is aware of it. We're just becoming aware of it. And also through the office, through the White House, which is the Office of Drug Control Policy or something like that. Recently I looked it up, and that website has not been updated during the transition to the new administration. But the questions I would have for the Sheriff's Department would be, does this grant now fully fund the Sheriff's Office and cover all anticipated abatement activities for the year? If the answer is no, what other funding sources are being sought? And that would be referring to the Rusamente memo that I got, which lists that the agencies he's found, FBI and some other the alphabet soup stuff, show clearly that there's at least $5 billion available at the federal level that we can apply. It's not that we're going to get $5 billion, it's a federal, that's the total that the federal government has. There's a lot more of it. And does the Sheriff's Office have a dedicated grant writer? If so, are grant approvals, disapprovals, stats available? Thank you.
To answer the question, does this fully fund our marijuana operations, the answer is no, not even close. Last year we received $40,000. That was reduced to $32,000 this year. Last year we had a difficult time spending this money because a lot of our staff was dedicated to enforcing the ordinance, and we could not deploy staff to basically work on the DEA grant itself. What other sources have we sought? As I mentioned earlier, we received the Cal 88 JAG grant, and I'll just take a moment to talk about that particular grant because that is a federal pass-through grant that involves narcotics or controlled substances. I was involved at the outset of that grant. We wrote that grant in a team concept. There was a few members of the Sheriff's Office. We wrote that together, and that required us to go to Sacramento and go to a pre-bidders conference for this grant. And there was basically several compliance-related issues before we were able to even apply for that grant. Once we received the grant, well, let me back up. We had to actually come to the board to get approval to apply for that grant after the pre-bidders conference and the other state-related meetings. Once we were awarded the grant, we had to come back to the board, and then there's levels of reporting that have to go on throughout the year. I've spoken to this board in the past about good grants versus bad grants and the county's over-reliance upon grants and contracts. This grant, although I'm very thankful we received it, it is a complete pain in the tail. Staff doesn't like it. We had a difficult time hiring staff to fill patrol, let alone to comply with the grant-related issues that this particular grant required. And when I say the particular issues that this grant required, board, what has happened with a lot of counter-drug or controlled substance grants is they have now taken those grants and they have taken the law enforcement element out of those, and they are now trying to make law enforcement officers peer counselors, controlled substance counselors. And if you could picture that toy you used to get as a little kid where you had a round peg and you were trying to ram that round peg into a square hole and it never went in there, that's exactly what this grant is like. And a lot of the controlled substance grants that are coming out these days for law enforcement have almost nothing to do with law enforcement. It's all about education, prevention, and counseling. And I'm here to tell you, law enforcement officers are not educators. We try to be, but we're not. We are certainly not counselors. So what you have seen with the federal administration and those that had oversight over those grants, they converted those grants away from enforcement to this prevention-based, education-based model, which do not work for us and they did not fit our needs. This particular DEA grant, while we do continue to apply for it, and you'll notice in the board packet we received it since 1998 because there was a certain amount of flexibility in the grant and it benefited the Sheriff's Office. In relation to the other grants that we look at, I can tell you, Mr. McManus, we look at the grants, and if they are worth our time, effort, and money, and we think we have a shot at getting those, we do go after them. Do we have a dedicated grant writer? Our business manager is very adept, as was our previous budget analyst, at writing grants, but we have to tag team those. There's no way right now one person in our office really can write all of the grants due to shortage of staffing and then just basic knowledge. Some people are great grant writers, but they don't know anything about law enforcement operations and vice versa. As far as what other sources sought and the HIDA that you mentioned, I've met with a HIDA before. I've been to Washington, D.C. on 2 occasions, lobbying the COPS office, lobbying Forest Service, lobbying a couple of other federal agencies for money relating to the Sheriff's Office as a whole, not just controlled substances. And I mentioned this again, I mentioned this before, but I think it's worth mentioning again. This county is already over-reliant upon contracts and grants, especially the Sheriff's Office, and I would encourage the county to not become further reliant because the money is not free and it does not come without work. Once you obtain the grant, you have to outlay the work, outlay the capital, the costs, the equipment, and then you get reimbursed. Right after 9/11, grants were different. You got the money, then you spent it, and then you saw if you complied. Things are different. They've gotten a lot smarter with how they allocate money, and they want the counties or the entity to outlay the money first. Then they decide if you get reimbursed and how much. So they're very risky. Sorry for the lengthy explanation, but that's been a thorn in my side for the last several years, and I want the board and the public to understand that this is not a situation where there's a ton of dollars that fit our specific needs. The dollars that fit our specific needs are general fund dollars, and the board has the discretion to allocate those. Thank you.
Jim, I have a question for you. Is this not the same grant that you brought to us in January asking to refund?
It is.
It is, that you didn't spend all of it?
Correct.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
Well, this is the Alice Gallant Taxpayer Association. I'm a little bit confused. The federal government has a drug war. We have a new Attorney General who's into the drug war, is going to expand the war against marijuana, so we're told. And there's a conflict between state law and federal law. Normally, the Constitution would take care of that. Pretty simple. But it gets a little complicated because the Constitution has been interpreted in such a way as to expand governmental power without an amendment to the Constitution. Without an amendment to the Constitution. So the plot thickens. We also have something else that's happening at the federal level. We have an appointment of a new Supreme Court judge. If that judge truly goes by the written word of the Constitution, that sometimes it's called original intent, then the drug war will end. Okay, what does that do to our county? Right now, according to the sheriff, he intends to enforce local law, state law, and also federal law. And when there's a conflict between those laws, like between the federal and local, I'm not clear as to how he handles that, especially if the control from the federal government is coming by strings attached to a grant. That's not like the Richard Mack case where the federal government told local police, you've got to enforce our federal laws. That was thrown out. The Supreme Court did the right thing in that case, and the federal government can't do that. But when they're providing money and then they have some requirements, it's a different story. They're not telling the local police what to do, only if they take the money. So I'm still confused. I'm not sure if, like Bill mentioned, is that it seems like the federal government, in the terms of the grant, is seeking to expand marijuana eradication in our county. I'm not sure about that, but that could be the case. Still confused.
Thank you, Mr. Scala. Sheriff DiBasilio.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Talk a little bit about Mr. Bill Resamendi. I actually talked to him on the phone. He's in charge of HIDA, which is a high-intensity drug trafficking area. Thank you. And if you go back to 2013, to the Cole memo, basically that was Obama. The federal government said, we're washing our hands. The state of California, all the states are going to have legalized marijuana. We're not going to do anything unless it either crosses a state line or it's on federal government property. The states have decided to make it legal, so it's going to be upon yourselves to figure out how you're going to deal with that. So that kind of answers your question as far as the federal government goes. And in talking to Bill with HIDA, he basically told us we're on our own. The federal government is not going to be giving us any money. The $32,000 that used to be $40,000 is a small portion of an ongoing grant. Like Captain Macedo said, it's been around for quite a while. But I don't know of any other monies that are available. I hear Mr. McManus say there's $5 billion available. I would love to know where that money is coming from. I would love to have some opportunity to get that. And again, I go back to what Captain Macedo said about the county being reliant on grants. Marijuana set aside, this county has been, the Sheriff's Department has been underfunded for many, many years. This county needs to figure out where to get the funding to support the Sheriff's Department, marijuana irregardless. We're shorthanded, so the marijuana is just a little bit more icing on top of the cake. But I want to answer Al's issue with the federal monies, and that goes back to the Cole memo. The federal government says you're on your own, and Mr. Sessions is probably the person that he might be talking about who is going to be going after marijuana more through the federal government. if you listen to what he has to say, he said he's going to go after recreational marijuana. He is not going after medicinal marijuana. So I just want to be very clear with that. Oh, I'm sorry. Just the recreational marijuana. Prop 64 is what Sessions is going after. He's not going after the medicinal marijuana. And he hasn't been clear on the commercialization of medicinal marijuana. It's just the medicinal side that he's not going after. So I don't know how that's going to play out with commercial medicinal growing. So it's very convoluted. You have a question, Mr. Oliver?
Sheriff, I have a question. After the testimony by all parties here, do you want this grant? Do you need this grant?
Which grant?
The one for $32,000.
Absolutely. Every little bit helps. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I understand that some grants are, as to quote Captain,
Pain in the rear?
Pain in the tail.
Pain in the tail, pain in the rear. All comes from the same area.
Sometimes, and I'm fully aware of the strings and the restrictions put on agencies when they apply for grants. We're going through that with FEMA right now. I just want to make sure that.
Well, this $32,000, like Captain Macedo says, is very helpful when we call out to get helicopters and to do reconnaissance and stuff.
Very expensive.
Absolutely. So it is a help, but again, we don't want to be so reliant on going out and getting grants. I can go back to the school resource officer. It used to be a grant for many, many years. Well, when that grant went away, the sheriff's office had to absorb Sheriff Downham, because I was a school resource officer at that time. He absorbed that cost to keep me in that position. And after 3 years after the grant went away, the position went away because the county is getting too reliant on these. That's my point, and I know Dennis Mills and I, we've all talked about this. The county needs to fund the sheriff's department to not have to rely on outside entities, because when those entities go away, that position goes away, and that causes the vacuum that we brought ourselves into since 2008.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
I appreciate that. And I guess we're not done.
Just one quick point of clarification. Part of the problem with this grant is the grant actually gets authorized. This particular one that's before you was authorized back on October 1st, 2016. Yet we can't expend any money towards the grant until the board approved it or approves the grant. And so we didn't even receive it from the federal government until February 8th of 2017, and here we are March 14th. So we have to expend these dollars across 2 separate budget years, keep in mind. So we don't really have until September 30th to expend the grant. We have to expend this year's allocation prior to July 1st and then get to work on the remaining allocation. So part of the business portion of this grant makes it difficult unto itself.
Okay. But it's still worth the while.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't. We would have made that decision internally and chosen not to bring that before you.
Captain, thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Bill Wilson, District 1. I read in the paper there were 4 eradications done by code compliance with fees from the marijuana regulation. Again, code compliance has gotten down from 160 days to 30 days to identify and eradicate an illegal marijuana farm. Those eradications are supposed to be paid for with that other $2 million we've still got in that kitty that's sitting around here somewhere in a bag. Anyway, I think we could use that. I think we can continue regulation and taxation. There's more money for the sheriff if we tax that crop than try to eradicate it. We have to spend that money. Every time we try to eradicate something, that costs money. It comes out of somebody's pocket. If we tax it and regulate it, keep good controls on it, then we have a handle. And those black market, those illegal grows are easily identified. The sheriff and the GSI photos speak for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisors, any comment on this issue?
Well, I've done some research on HIDA, so I kind of understand a little bit of what it is. It is made up of 10 counties in our area in Central California, and it is a JPA. So in other words, for us to participate, we would have to join the JPA. Their primary focus is on meth and opiates, et cetera, not so much on marijuana. My concern is that on grants, and I agree with you, the amount of money and overhead and time that is expended in writing those responses, proposals, as well as overseeing the compliance, sometimes can eat up a good portion of a grant if you're not careful. And with the strings that are attached, all of a sudden you are limited in what you can do with the money as well. So it really does become quite a complex problem when we rely on grants. That's why having contingencies and reserve monies available for unforeseen is a more long-term advantage in how we approach solving this budget issue. And I would like to go in that direction versus spending a lot of time on grants and getting a solution that way. So, just my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Anybody else on the board have any comments? Supervisor Clapp? Supervisor Tofinelli? Supervisor Garamendi? Staff, any questions? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Okay.
Supervisor Tofinelli, second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Moving to item 16 from the Administrative Office, establishment of the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and appointment of Supervisors Mills and Garamendi to said committee.
Good morning.
Mr. Moss.
Brian Moss, Administrative Office. And this item before you is just as cited. This is an establishment of a Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee. Our understanding is that this is something that was brought to our office by the board, requesting that an ad hoc committee be considered. And as I understand it, this committee would be looking at suggestions from the community on how to move forward with cannabis and commercial cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. I believe this item was pulled by Supervisor Tofinelli. No. Or was it pulled by the audience? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wilson?
Rather than it just being an ad hoc committee of 2 supervisors, I would respectfully hope that we would include on that committee members from either the cannabis business and also the ban proponents or other people that are not in favor of bringing money into this county. But rather than just leave it up to 2 individuals to come up with a new ordinance or hash out the old ordinance and come up with new resolutions, I think a full committee on this would be more apropos. Thank you.
Hi. The only thing I ask about this, I'm not even prepared to be here today, I just have some other business to take care of, is that you guys do disclosure. Make sure that both of you state that you don't have any vested interest in this cannabis regulation or ban. I would like that to include not just immediate family members, but through marriage, to go down the line. I don't have any. None of you are suspect. Neither of you are suspect. It's just that I want daylight shined on this as much as possible. I don't want to read people's allegations from either side on this. This is something that's very important that we take care of now, rather than later, because it happens that people talk, rumors in the community and what have you will circulate once this is once they see the work that's being done. So, because both sides of people aren't going to like it. That's big.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And have a good day. I just want to stop here and say hello. Can I say one thing that is not, and that is to thank Jack.
As long as it pertains to the agenda item, sir.
Okay. Let me figure out how to word this to thank Mr. Garamendi for the road work that was done on Bald Mountain Road. I don't know how to word that.
Sir.
I don't know how to word that.
Sorry.
Take care. Everybody have a great day.
Bill McManus. As I was looking through the summary, a couple things hit me. Well, first of all, we know that there's going to be an ad hoc committee involving 2 supervisors. Last year, or a little longer ago than a year, I think there was another ad hoc committee that turned out to be more like a star chamber with secret members, and we didn't know. There was no room for opposition, things like that. So the results were a little bit difficult to kind of reconcile. But as I look down, I don't know if it's just the way it was typed up, but it says in assisting drafting of a permanent ordinance, and that's the operable term. It's kind of in the discussion, the summary, the last sentence of the second paragraph. It was my understanding that the board was already working on an ordinance that would be a comprehensive ban. Are you now saying that you're going to have an ad hoc committee working on a parallel track to do a regulation ordinance? And I want to thank Mr. Wilson for including the opposition as possible attendees to the ad hoc committee. I'm sure we could add a little excitement to an otherwise dull meeting. So I just was looking for a little clarity on what ordinance you're talking about, because you just say permanent ordinance. So I was looking to see if there might be a little bit more definition with those 2 words, the way you describe it, and where it would track along with the proposed ordinance that the board directed staff to prepare, which should be moving forward at the same time. So what's the relationship between the 2, and what does this apply to? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manis.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Part of this with the ad hoc committee, we'll be looking at other areas and what laws have passed forth in other areas and how we could apply that to Calaveras and moving forward. One idea would be to look at Tuolumne County right now. I believe they put together a committee that, both these gentlemen's ideas are legitimate in the sense that, that committee has 1 person against, 1 person for, 1 person neutral, and then I believe 2 of the supervisors on that one also. I don't have data to back that up right at this moment because it just came to my mind. It's something I was reading in a newspaper a while back. So that would be something to look at moving forward if you're looking into doing something to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alice Gallant, Taxpayer Association. From my understanding, I think that the ad hoc committee is to explore a regulatory solution in the event that the ban should fail. Am I wrong? There's one supervisor shaking his head, so I might be wrong.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. It is my understanding that the county is interested in moving parallel courses. Should Measure B fail, there's a dedication to pursue regulation, and getting a jump start on that is important because both for the local cultivators who are worried about missing a season and local public who are in need of our tax dollars, having something in place as soon as possible is important. And we thank you guys for jumping on that. I think, right now the ad hoc committee has only 2 members. It seems possible that from previous board comments that perhaps that is the intention. And there were some things mentioned about how when ad hoc committees get put together, too many people, they don't work right. I would like to submit that when it comes to cannabis, especially in rural areas, when ad hoc committees are put together, they're often put together under the heading of what to do about cannabis. There is no guiding course. And so what you get is a committee with half of the people who want to ban, half the people who want to regulate, and their interests are fundamentally mutually exclusive to each other, and no movement is possible. However, having split this, as the county has, into 2 parallel courses where a ban is being drafted and also a committee is being put together to form regulation, that committee, if it is dedicated towards moving forward with regulation, it should therefore consist of members that are committed to that purpose and should stop that grading problem that we've had with those committees when they are consisting of both banned and regulated sides that go nowhere. And we think that it's important to have enough people in those committees because, specifically, it is not possible to craft regulations for an industry that you are not an expert in alone. Quite frankly, stakeholders must be approached. There should be on any committee that's moving forward with regulation, if not directly on the committee, then in a very strong relations with stakeholder information gathering, people that understand cannabis industry and or policy. It doesn't even have to be us. It doesn't have to be me. But at some point in the process, if regulations will be crafted, if the committee does not have a strong connection to those stakeholders, it is very easy to make mistakes and come up with things that look intuitive on the surface but are actually unworkable. So we do advocate, that the committee either be expanded or have a very strong plan for getting that information from stakeholders. And we also hope that there will be a plan issued on when that committee will be meeting, how soon, because we think that movement is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think some of the answers were taken care of by some of the speakers that I would have commented on. That is permanent versus ban ordinances. My understanding is we may be on a two-track process. I'm speaking a little out of school here. My purpose, of course, is to bring the ad hoc committee as brought forward by the board for board consideration. My understanding is this was to be a two-board member ad hoc committee only, and unless otherwise directed by the board, that's my understanding of the direction it was going to go.
Mr. Moss, let me make some comments about that. I may be stepping out of order here. On advice of council and consideration, I'd like to define what an ad hoc committee is, and particularly in this circumstance. Understand, folks, that it's not subject to the Brown Act as long as the committee serves and does the following. Serves a limited or single purpose that is not perpetual, i.e. marijuana regulation. Keep that in mind, folks. It is not a committee to determine regulatory cannabis procedures. It's composed solely of less than a quorum of the board, 2 supervisors, and that's it. Has a defined purpose and time frame to accomplish that purpose, i.e. to review and consider various options for cannabis regulation and policy. Directing the staff to engage in a comprehensive regulatory process to develop new zoning regulations to permit or not permit cannabis cultivation, storage, distribution, deliveries, and manufacturing, and report back to the board bi-monthly until a permanent ordinance is passed or 1 year from the creation of this ad hoc committee, whichever occurs first. This committee will be dissolved once the specific task is completed. This committee is advisory only to the board. Advisory only to the board. I'm going to jump out in front of this thing and say, personally, I am against an ad hoc committee at this time. I saw the failure of what happened on the urgency ordinance, and I would prefer to have any decision on regulation be an open public forum. But saying that, I think that a fact-finding committee of 2 supervisors, specifically Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Garamendi, I think would represent their districts and their district's views in this fact-finding and report in an advisory method back to the board would be acceptable. As far as members of this committee from other agencies or from different sides of this fence, if you will, I think that should be addressed in a public forum after this committee performs its duties. Now, I've said my piece. I'm going to open it up to the board for their comments, and we'll start down the line.
Supervisor Toffenelli, your comments?
I was going to pull this item myself because, one, this was something that we had a short conversation on and discussion back, I think, in it was either, I think, the 24th of January or 31st. Yeah, 31st of January when we were reviewing the urgency ordinance. We had a small discussion, and then this came on the consent agenda, which I did not understand why it was on a consent agenda because it didn't give any direction on parameters or scope or what they were going to do, which I think it shows when people come up and have the comments here that we're at a loss as to what's actually being directed here. And it was my opinion when we were having that discussion and we directed staff to prepare a ban ordinance that this committee would look into providing some scope and some ideas on possibly adding some regulations to that ordinance when we brought it forward to us, and that it would be two supervisors, and Mr. Mills and Mr. Garamendi were threw their names out there as wanting to be involved in this, and I think the board at that time felt that was fine, but it was two supervisors exploring, like the chair spoke of, not opening it up, and I'm in total agreement with what the chair said on what happened last time when this was an ad hoc committee that basically gave us an urgency ordinance, in my opinion, and always has been my opinion, that is totally inadequate for anything. And so that's where my concern. I think if we go forward today with this ad hoc committee, I think we need to give clear scope and understanding to where the parameters of this ad hoc is going and specific dates that it would end and come before the board addressing or telling us where they're at, what they found, what they, presenting the board for a whole board and public review on the situation. So,
Thank you, Supervisor Toffenelli. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I went back from last night and looked at the meeting from the 31st, and so you guys don't have to suffer like I did. It's at hour 5 of that day, and so it's a long day. But what we talked about at that time was that we could run these things on parallel tracks, clearly understanding the majority of the board was directing staff to make their primary efforts in creating a ban. But we talked about the need to actually gather the information. I think one of the quotes in there was, so we could, so we're not caught flat-footed, so we have a head start. Should the ban fail at the polls, we will need to come up with a plan pretty quickly. I personally receive ideas every day from constituents about how to improve the urgency ordinance or what they might or might not like to have in a permanent ordinance, things from your dealing with lights, to dealing with noise, to dealing with location, parcel size, setbacks. There are a lot of good ideas out there in the public place. And so I really see this ad hoc as a place to gather those ideas, not try to craft an ordinance, but rather a place to gather the ideas, make sure we continue to move forward, and a place for people to deposit these ideas with the planning director. I would suggest that really this committee have a sunset of probably somewhere around June 1st. And I think that after that, if the ban fails, then we should have a very public and open conversation about what needs to go into a permanent ordinance, and we ought to have everybody on this board involved in this. So I would like to position this ad hoc committee as a place where Supervisor Mills and I can gather these ideas, work at the planning department, and then we could all be part of the heavy lift that would have to happen should the ban fail afterwards.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. Supervisor Clapp, your comments?
Yeah, my position on the ban had nothing to do with the election coming up, because I figured whatever happens on the election on B isn't be entangled in the courts probably for a year or only God knows how long. So I was always for the ban. I mean, so I don't think we're running two parallel things together. We're running the ban right now, and my position was not having an ad hoc, but I picked two supervisors that would start collecting information and stuff for public comment and stuff when we wanted, because the environmental impact part's done, and it should be out for 30-day comments and stuff that we should be getting in right now. We should be getting comments right now on our impact report that's being done. And I don't think in my opinion, we don't have two parallel bills going right now, one for the falls and one for a ban. We have a ban that we're working on right now, and if we have a parallel going on, this is news to me. It's something that's came on that I've not been informed of, and I've never voted for having a parallel bill come along with what we have now. So that's my decision. So what I'm hearing in public comment, that there's two things for if one passes, if B passes, and if B doesn't pass, that's totally news to me.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Mills?
Well, first of all, I want to remind everybody I've got nothing to gain or lose here with this. So I feel very comfortable and I can make a clear decision. I agree that the supervisors were giving clear direction to the staff to create the ban ordinance, and the statement was to comply with Prop 64 and 215, if possible, some things in MRSA. So when we look at that, what we need to really look at is what additional regulatory pieces are we going to need as part of Prop 64. This is a fact-finding thing. This is not where there's going to be a whole series of meetings like the urgency ordinance and how that all worked out, and I fully agree with Supervisor Oliveira and how it should go. I'm not intending to create any policy. I would like to see us as to be a central receiving, to work with the planning department, work with everybody in staff, and take the load off of them, because they're in essence in the middle of this with no clear direction as to what pieces are valuable and what is not. And if it's a land use issue, then we can explore those pieces in land use. If it's a dark skies ordinance or whatever else we need to do, then we've at least got two of us looking at it from different views and allowing then us to come back with a report back to the rest of the board as to what we saw was valuable or what was a waste of time. And then the board, as a full body, can make the decision and make the policy choice as to what they would like to do beyond that. So, I'm not looking at a pass-fail on Measure B. It's not driving anything in my world. I think that we've made a clear direction from our side, and we're going to go forward. What additional pieces do we need to have that will provide additional clarity and additional support for our staff in moving forward, so we can bring that to the full board and have that full discussion, and to engage, in a meeting with all the other interests of the groups. I would say come see us individually, come talk to us individually, and then maybe we can get together with the planning department or whoever else we've got to talk to in building, code enforcement, et cetera, and see what their side of it is, so that we can see both the public side and the government side of what we're trying to accomplish here. If we do it that way, I don't see this being a long, drawn-out affair either. I think June is more than enough to drag it together, because I think our ban ordinance would probably be pretty well somewhere in that timeline anyway. So we can have that discussion as a continuing discussion to that. But I do not want to repeat the ad hoc committee of the previous board. I do not. And I do not intend it to go that way, and I will make it very unpleasant to anybody who thinks that that's the direction I want to go.
Any further follow-up? Well, ladies and gentlemen and board members, once again, I want to stress the fact that this is a fact-finding ad hoc committee by two supervisors and no one else that is charged with responsibility to provide accurate information as they collect and act as an advisory body to the Board of Supervisors to its end by that decision, meaning banned or whatever the board decides. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the Brown Act may be invoked here, I cannot be part of that, but I will be part of listening to their reporting out of their findings of these two supervisors. I'm going to go out of sequence here. I know, public comment is closed. Any further comments from the board?
Again, the chair and board, I want to make sure we're clear understanding on what's going to be involved in the motion and the direction of the board to this ad hoc committee.
I like what he said. I like what he said.
You're going to report back bi-monthly to this board, so we're going to set aside a time at each meeting, twice monthly, for them to give us any reports. Or
Do you need
are
that?
you going to come monthly, or set aside a little bit of time at the end of the meeting to bring what you have between now and June? I mean, I would like to see some perimeters set of what, where we're going to as far as the scope. Taking on suggestions or even your own suggestions or your own ideas and searching them out or getting some staff, if you have questions, asking staff for answers on some of the things, whether they're potent or not, to be used. And how many times a week are you going to meet? Is that something that you need to discuss? Are you going to meet weekly, bi-weekly, every day, so forth? You don't think so?
No, I see it as needed. I mean, as we run into a specific issue or concern that's brought forward, that we can meet with staff and
We have to have a committee in place so we can
do that.
figure out when we're going to meet, what we're going to take on specifically.
And if it's a need to report out once a month or whatever the rest of the board would like to do, we're more than happy to do whatever the board's direction with that.
Well, and that, I guess you would have to meet with the committee and see how much volume of stuff you need to go through to get where you're going to be able to bring some information, viable information to the board. So,
Right.
But let's say for the question of the motion, if we put it going forward as
Fact-finding?
reporting back monthly to the board, at least where you're at, some of the things you're thinking about, you're doing, and so forth. Is that adequate? You think?
I have no problem with it, as long as everybody clearly understands this is fact-finding only. This is not to create policy, this is not to set any rules, but simply just to help the board ferret out all of the stuff that's going on and just bring back what is good information to you, so we're not wasting your time.
So you guys are sorting out everything and you're bringing back viable facts to us.
And I think, and we're limiting that, we're not going to go into viable facts about the value of marijuana as for medical or any, this is strictly what would be the pieces that would go into a land use ordinance that we need to think about. We know there's certain things like, issues that'll be before us would be parcel size, light pollution, environmental protections. We're just going to gather these facts, but I really do believe that if the fan fails, the regulating and the writing of an ordinance and the heavy lift has to be done by all of us together and the community.
Well, I think we had that discussion back on the 31st of January, and all agreed upon that to go forward with that.
Right.
We didn't all agree on the ordinance portion of it, but going forward, so we are ahead of the game, and we don't know what the future's going to bring. So.
That's right.
Okay, gentlemen.
Can you restate, Chairman Alder, how you had that, because your statement was very clear. I appreciate how that fell in.
Once again, this ad hoc committee serves a limited or single purpose that is not perpetual, in other words, cannabis regulation, i.e., composed solely of less than a quorum of the board, 2 supervisors, has a definite purpose and time frame to accomplish the purpose, i.e., to review and consider various opinions for cannabis regulation and policy, directing staff to engage in a comprehensive regulatory process to develop new zoning regulations to permit or not permit cannabis cultivation, storage, distribution, deliveries, and manufacturing, and report back to the board, suggestively bi-monthly, but I want to say an optional, when the committee feels it's necessary. In other words, not setting a scheduled time reporting out, but I do believe a sunset date should be incorporated in this. Until a permanent ordinance is passed or 1 year from the creation of the ad hoc committee, whichever occurs first. It will be dissolved and the specific task is completed and is advisory to the board. Let's go back and define the purpose of this ad hoc committee. To review recommendations and collect ideas as submitted by community members to assist drafting a permanent regulatory ordinance, and I'm going to leave it like that, depending on what the outcome of the future is.
I would have a problem with that because my understanding that we're working on a ban to permit or not to permit changes the whole thing. We have two things going in front of the board now. We have a ban and we have a possible permit. So that changes the whole spectrum of what we started out, in January on. Now we're going from a ban to a possible permit.
I'd like
to have that wording changed, and I would make the motion to move that.
I could bring that into some clarity, and that is under Prop 64, there's still going to be needed regulatory requirements. And that's very clear that, we may still require permits, because how do you inspect whether there's 6 plants indoors under 64? How do you inspect whether or not there's mold being produced? How do you inspect whether or not it's in a locked area? All that's regulatory things. So there's still going to be regulatory need here, no matter what happens. I mean, when we pass our ban, we're still going to need to do other regulatory requirements.
I'll go along with complying with Prop 215 and Prop 64.
And you spoke to land use. Excuse me. You spoke to land use, and the land use is the critical piece of which we have the control of. So no matter what, that's still going to be an issue we have to fully explore and vet it out. And I think it needs to be, don't spend a whole lot of time wasting staff time and all of the board's time on this. Let's just let 2 of us work this out. We'll report it back, and then you folks have some good information to work with, and we've filtered out stuff that just is a waste of time. If that makes sense.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you would like to establish an ad hoc committee that would report back to the board on an as-needed basis with what information they have gathered that may be needed to draft a permanent regulation ordinance, and that this is to be done parallel with the previous direction given to staff to draft a ban ordinance. So this ad hoc committee, is the gathering of information by the 2 supervisors, not by staff, and that you would like that to have a sunset date of June 1. Is that what I'm hearing?
Or whenever the ban ordinance, I'm not talking about Measure B here, but whenever the ban ordinance is put in place, because this issue is separate from the ban ordinance. This has to do with land use, and we want to be sure there's some clarity on that.
I think that, just in my humble opinion, you are kind of getting off of the track of establishing the ad hoc. If the ad hoc's purpose is to gather information, then all you're doing is gathering the information, and you'll be doing that until June 1st, or whatever sunset date you pick.
Yeah, and I want to, the craziness of watching the video again, it was, we discussed that should this ban fail, this board would revisit their position on a ban, and we would try to draft a permanent ordinance. That was our discussion on the 31st. So I would keep that in mind, that should this ban fail, we all agreed that we would take a look at drafting a permanent regulation.
I didn't agree to that, and I'm not going to agree to that.
Okay.
gave staff direction, there was 3 votes to give staff direction to create an ordinance that would be a ban with the parameters of Prop 64, 15. Now, to my opinion, there's nothing parallel here going on to that. The only thing the fact-finding mission is going to do is come back to advise us on maybe adding some of that stuff to the ordinance when it comes to us. Not a parallel ordinance, nothing different, other than being able to add to that ordinance some regulations when it's presented to us by staff at that time, or even if we adopt it then in the future, adding to that ordinance, which we can. Emergency ordinance, we couldn't do that, anything to, subject to the laws and the facts that what were presented to us at that time when we voted to continue that. But we did give direction to create a ban, and this ad hoc committee was supposed to be putting together or finding some avenues to be able to possibly bring to the board to add to that ordinance.
That's not what we discussed.
I believe that's what we did discuss. Is that not correct?
That's my understanding too.
No, I watched the video last night, gentlemen. I'm telling you, that's not what we discussed. If that's where you're at the moment, then that's different. We discussed parallel tracks.
Not to my recollection. I'm not sure what the other 2 supervisors that voted for, excuse me, but the other 2 supervisors along with myself that voted to give staff direction to create a ban ordinance. I don't see where we would give direction to get a parallel one at the same time. I don't think they are working on any parallel one at this time.
Are we drifting away from the purpose of this ad hoc committee? It's a fact of finding accurate information to bring back to the board so the board can make a decision regardless of what our personal opinions are, so we can develop an ordinance, be it a ban ordinance or be it a regulatory ordinance. It's a fact-finding endeavor that is going to be in an open forum in the discussion of forming a banned ordinance or a regulatory ordinance. Now, I understand that Supervisor Garamendi reviewed the film. I had some confusion over that, over the last 3 weeks, if you will. But that's not what this ad hoc committee is here for. This committee is to verify information and bring back to the board. And staff, should they decide to do a banned ordinance or a regulatory ordinance. I see no parallel here. I see a fact-finding ad hoc committee. Am I wrong?
Mr. Chair, I believe, I think this board, majority of the board, was very clear that they were directing staff to create a ban ordinance. The staff is going through that process. There's no doubt about that. That is, parallel does not mean even. It means going on parallel lines. My understanding was that this ad hoc was not only fine, but it was a mechanism that should the ban fail by the election, and with the understanding that should a majority of people in this county decide not to ban cannabis, we would then regulate it, and this would be a first baby step in putting together that permanent ordinance by doing this fact-finding. That was my understanding. Now, if I'm misinterpreting or the board has changed the direction, then we should discuss that. And maybe the ad hoc's not appropriate. I don't think either Supervisor Mills or I have any extra time that we'd want to waste on a fool's errand. But I'm assuming that the board would, should the ban fail, move forward into permanent regulations.
I guess
Kopp has made his opinion clear, but I'm curious where everybody else would be.
I have a question of staff. CAO Lopez, Can you recall the direction given by the board at that meeting?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my recollection, and I have not reviewed it, so it's just my off-the-cuff recollection of what you did. The board had staff looking at a permanent ordinance. Then at the workshop of the 31st, the board directed staff to develop a ban ordinance. So I don't know what Peter is actually working on. My understanding is he was looking at both.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Gentlemen, we have a decision to make here. Obviously, we have a difference of opinion of what was directed to the staff. So let's solve that issue first. Council, you have comments?
I just wanted to let the board know, as of right now, my office is only working on a draft ban based on the direction of the board. We are not working on a regulatory program. We are, the ban is essentially, the administrative draft ban is essentially done. My understanding and my recollection from the direction from the board was that the direction was to draft the ban, and that if an ad hoc committee were to be created, it would be looking at various options, and that the ad hoc committee would gather information, would consider all of the information, and report back to the board as to whether you would want to direct staff differently than what you'd previously directed or not, based on either the outcome of the election or any additional information that was received through the collection of data. Any report out from this committee would be giving guidance to this board on how you would recommend moving forward with any kind of cannabis regulation, whether that be ban or otherwise.
Okay.
My understanding, the last time we talked, is that we decided to go the safe route and do the environmental impact study on it to avoid the litigation. And that's the last where I left it. So we were supposed to be done with that, and actually was supposed to start getting input and stuff from the public at that point. I assume that's where we're at right now.
The administrative draft document isn't complete. It is complete, but it's still at the process of being reviewed at the staff level. The draft EIR is not completed. It has not been disseminated to the public for public comment yet. But that is the intention, yes.
Still in process, so it's like. Let's get back to the issue, please. Is there any recommendation to table this or postpone this until we have better information? Or do we sit and make a decision on whether or not we agree on what was presented and what staff direction was given and what they've done?
Here's what
Supervisor Kern?
I think there might be some wisdom in tabling this.
Well, the point is that the supervisor's direction has nothing to do with Measure B. Pass, fail, whatever. I said that before. It's not even in the radar. What the board does, if they decide to reject the ban ordinance that's being created, then we would need to move forward with what else do we do now kind of thing. And we don't want to put ourselves in another urgency ordinance position, and that was the purpose of this. And if we do pass it, we're still going to need to have some regulation involved with it. So it's still going to require some additional vetting of information. That doesn't go away. So let's just say we've already made our decision here about where we want the staff to go with our ban ordinance. Stop thinking of Measure B. That's not in my thought process here. And let's move forward what additional pieces we need to discuss. Because after that ban ordinance is put in place, the board may still come back and say, you know, that's a little too tight, or that's just not quite everything we wanted, so we want to make some adjustments. Well, here's the opportunity, because it's our ordinance. We can then make adjustments to it and clean it up and make it more functional. And that would be, to me, Supervisor Garamendi, the way to do it. But for us to just drop the issue right now, we're putting ourselves in a time curve here, and I don't want to be in that curve. You see my point?
I do see your point.
You know, part of it being with the committee is like Bob Bowerman asked me some stuff the other day. So I sent them to you and to Dennis here because if we have someone to funnel all the information and I'm not hearing one story and I'm telling you guys something else.
Canceled it. I didn't receive your email, I'm sorry.
Okay. Supervisor Tofinelli, looks like you want to say something?
Well, I agree with Dennis. I think there's no reason why we can't go forward. I think that was the whole idea of it, was to get some information and if at the time this board decides to, once the ordinance is presented to us, to go forward with it, the idea in my, I had in my mind at the time was that we would have some viable options to go forward with that and address it, because it is our ordinance. It is not the people's ordinance that if that gets voted in. So we have the right to make adjustments to our ordinances like we do all the time in spot to it. I think there's a couple issues today coming to us on wastewater that we can adopt and make changes. And the idea was to get out ahead of the ball game, so when it comes before us, we have all these things that we can discuss at the time, say, hey, you know, these have been vetted through county council, this so forth, and discuss them at that time or even in the future. So we would be behind the ballgame to table it now. I think we should go forward with the ad hoc committee and do exactly what we've laid out here and report back to the board either whenever you have the information, report back to us if it, you know, is monthly, bi-monthly, or even only twice between now and June. At least you guys have vetted viable options on regulations that we don't have to go through and sit through when it comes to that point.
CAO Lopez, what would be the timeline for that type of reporting by the ad hoc committee to the rest of the board? That would be an agendized item. And 2 weeks, a week, what?
Mr. Chairman, again, it's an opinion, but we are looking at a fairly short time frame here. I would recommend 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay. Is there any other issues we need to discuss before calling for a vote? I'll entertain a motion that the item number 16 involving the ad hoc committee of Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Garamendi. Question, council, can we vote on the content of the item as listed? Or does that have to be modified?
I don't understand the question.
Item 16, is there any further language we need, seeing this is an agendized item, as far as what we discussed prior here?
The motion just needs to be very clear about who's going to be on the ad hoc committee, the extent or scope of what the ad hoc committee is, the duration of it, and when you would want this committee to report back to the board.
Everybody understand that? I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Mills.
We have to clarify the scope.
Oh, that's right, we do. You're right.
You want to withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion, you're right.
I'm going to have council clarify that one more time.
Well, it's fact-finding.
The motion just needs to be clear that the ad hoc committee would be created, composed of the 2 supervisors that would be on the ad hoc committee, the scope of what the ad hoc committee would be doing, the length of time or duration that the ad hoc committee would be created for, and what the expectation of when this ad hoc committee would be reporting back to the board, what that expectation is.
And the scope, Chairman, would be fact-finding only. Not creating policy, not setting policy, but just bringing information, saving all of the other supervisors the time of going through this and reporting back to you folks then when we've got some valuable information.
Chair, I would move that we create this ad hoc committee with Supervisors Mills and Garamendi as the sole members of the ad hoc committee. The scope would be fact-finding for future regulations. The time would be, I would give them to June. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but do we have a meeting? What's the first Tuesday in June for that? June 13th. So to June 13th, which would be our first meeting in June. And they would report back, I think 2 weeks. I understand the CAO and had some discussions on that. But I think it could be up to them to report back to us. But I would assume at least monthly they would get back to us. If not more, if they felt they need to get back to us more.
As needed?
As needed, yes. And that would be my motion.
And their scope would be advisory?
Advisory. In fact finding.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion by Supervisor Flippinell? Yes. Understanding that motion, do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, I think...
Can we go through 17 real quick?
You want to do 17 real quick? Yeah, we got one more. We'll have one more.
I only have a couple questions.
Okay.
Oh, we have 21? What is 21?
21 could take some time.
Let's take lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be.
I didn't know we had 21.
What was that? Sign language.
I'm sorry. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. We have Kitchell here to speak on item number 17, and he isn't going to be able to stay much longer, so can we entertain that? Can the board entertain that?
You know, it's been a
Not 21.
I move to go ahead with 17.
All right. Do we have staff here from the jail? Sheriff, do you have your representatives here from the jail?
I'll take care of it.
Okay. It'll be the chair's decision to move item number 17 to be heard now.
Item 17 is from the Administrative Office to approve Amendment 1 to agreement between Calaveras County and CGL Kitchell for facility maintenance operations at the Sheriff Office and jail, and authorize the County Administrative Officer to sign the amendment.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This item is coming before you as an item merely to extend the existing Kitchell contract. We've had a contract with Kitchell for the past that was actually addressing some of the issues that were left over from the construction of the Justice Center, if you will, the jail, and the administrative offices as well. So essentially, that is what is before you today. I do have Greg Gianelli here from Kitchell. He is Senior Vice President with Kitchell to address any questions the board might have regarding Kitchell activities proper. But again, I would submit to the board that really what this item is before you today is to extend the contract for an additional 3 months. This allows the county to actually recruit for permanent positions. We currently have 2 positions up there under Kitchell that are doing maintenance and operations. Our intent is to actually bring in permanent county staff to do that maintenance and operations up at the jail. So that is what we're doing with coordination with the Human Resources Department.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Any board comments?
I have a couple questions. Brian, one. The original contract was for 3 years, from 2014 to February 2017.
Yes.
And we weren't actively pursuing to get somebody on board at the end of that contract, so now we're looking for 90 days from here to get somebody in place to go over all of what Kitchell has been doing for the last 3 years.
Well, our intent actually was to initially enter into another year contract with Kitchell. Kitchell has informed us that they would be willing to do another 60 days pursuant to the contract to opt out. We negotiated and asked if we could do 90 days, only to give us time to actually recruit people to get up to the facility and actually do some training before Kitchell actually leaves the site. So again, the original 3-year contract, we wanted to extend it 1 year. We have agreed with Kitchell to 90 days. And again, we're in process on that right now.
Okay, and we have a meeting with Kitchell scheduled for tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Yes, we do.
We do. We can go over several items.
Absolutely.
Okay. I will defer any more questions, and then I'll attend the meeting tomorrow at 2, because I was involved heavily in the construction, as you know, in the contract part. Kitchell was the project manager that we had hired for that project with Flintco as a general contractor. So I do have some questions before they exit that I think we can address tomorrow at that meeting. Okay.
And Flintco will also be at that meeting tomorrow as well.
Flintco will be there too?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further questions for Mr. Moss? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, bring it back to the board. Any further comments from the board? I would entertain a motion on item number 17.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Seeking a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
I think let's have lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessed for lunch. We'll come back 2:15. 2:15. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Ready?
Thank you, man.
Item 21 is from the Administrative Office, continuation of a local state of emergency for the winter storm damage from extreme weather events that began on January 7, 2017 through the month of February 2017.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. This item is just as cited and stated. The atmospheric rivers that hit California and Calaveras County in January and February created a lot of damage, as we well know, from slides to floods to what happened even up at, dare I say, White Pines. This board is acutely aware of that. This declaration is continuing because we have an opportunity, of course, to get California Disaster Assistance Act funding that is covers 75% of our costs for road repairs, slides, and floods. What we did over the last month is we added the month of February pursuant to direction by Cal OES as an additional event from January. So essentially this resolution and continuing resolution allows the board and the county to continue to access CDAA funds. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Moss. I understand this was pulled by a member of the audience, and I understand that member is no longer here. Okay. Bring it back. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any board member have comments or questions?
I do have one question. Considering today is 80 degrees outside, does that have an impact on our condition of our roads? Does it help or hurt the situation regarding future potholing and degradation of the roads?
Well, I think that that's probably a really good question for your Public Works Director, but I would like to address that because obviously these warmer temperatures in the area we're in, geographically it's very nice, but in the high country we're going to get the melting is going to increase and more rapidly, I should say. So that's the other concern, not just in Calaveras County but statewide, is the heavy snowpack, and then of course if you have a very hastily done melt, if you will. So I would say yes. Maybe what we didn't see damage in the lower elevations, there is potential in the upper elevations, and I'm not saying that is going to happen, but there is that potential depending on how fast your snow melt is.
So as we go forward, then you may see a need to revise the final numbers.
I think that that's entirely possible. Certainly the Public Works Director can address that in further detail, but as we move forward, yes, there is that potential, and that's why we want to leave this local declaration of emergency open.
Thanks, Supervisor Mills. Any other comment by the board members? I have a small comment to make. You're absolutely correct, Mr. Moss. In fact, Mr. Krovitz and Mr. Anderson of our road department took a visual tour in the high country up in the Skyline area, and massive amounts of snow up there and a lot of deterioration of roads for various reasons. But this is going to be a continuing problem, especially in District 3 and Supervisor Garamendi's district also. So, any other further any other board comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Seeking a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. No coughs?
Thank you.
So we passed unanimous 5-2.
Thank you.
Item 23 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, FEMA, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte fire recovery.
Once again, Brian Moss, Administrative Office, and as the board is aware, once a month we schedule this item for department heads or outside agencies such as Calaveras Recovers to actually address the board and let them know specifically what's happening with Butte fire recovery. Seeing that I believe we only have one department head in the, well, actually I take that back, we have two. One here for a different reason. So what I would do is give those individuals time to address the board regarding Butte fire recovery.
Good afternoon, Mel Knight, Environmental Management Agency. Today going to talk a little bit about the Butte fire debris removal activities. They're now in the continuing phase of the federally required duplication of benefits insurance invoicing project that your board has approved. Our contractor Tetra Tech is actively doing the public outreach and insurance policy information collection phase right now. They report they're on schedule with approximately 250 homeowners now contacted to date. They have actually collected in excess of $300,000 in cost recovery without actually doing any invoicing. These are voluntary amounts that the public has brought in because they've already received their checks and just are interested in moving forward. They're nearing the phase where we'll be contacting the insurance commissioner, and we'll be working with Supervisor Garamendi and others on this, the state insurance commissioner, on trying to make sure we're doing this as efficiently and as effectively and making it as easy as possible on these victims and property owners. No invoicing has occurred to date, and we will be trying to, again, move forward once we have that information. We've received a great deal of cooperation and assistance from a number of folks. Even, in fact, yesterday I received a thank you letter from one of the homeowners. So folks are glad to kind of have this behind them, a number of them. And we are receiving generally a great deal of cooperation. We are getting some questions. We do have a fact sheet that I distributed to you. We are available to answer questions and issues. I'll be participating in the town halls that Supervisor Garamendi is doing in his district where most of the fire activity had occurred. And it's very, very important that if you do get calls, that they be referred to this hotline number where they will receive help, and more importantly, they'll make sure they are actually in the system. If we just get random calls and contacts, it's very hard for us to document who we've made contact with and to have their issues addressed and answered. I will remind you, the duplication of benefits is merely to make sure that the federal requirement that that federal dollars not be spent on something where other dollars have been spent to do the same purpose, so-called duplication of benefits. So we are not going after homeowners' insurance proceeds in general. This project requires those debris removal specifically allocated dollars, which are generally indicated in a policy as a fraction, that those be turned over to the federal government. Calaveras County will not be receiving any of those dollars. They'll all be passed through to the state and federal to recover their nearly $100 million in costs they incurred doing the debris cleanup. So it's going to be, again, an activity that should take us another few months, but we'll keep you posted. I'll be providing you with regular and routine updates that are provided by the contractor. Have any questions?
Questions, Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you very much. I think you're doing a really good job at this and having a good way about you as people call. And I also appreciate you attending the town hall meetings we'll have next week, because I think we'll find more questions there. And thank you.
Appreciate it.
Entertain any public comments? Mr. Provost, comments?
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. Staff report continuing on Butte Fire recovery update. The debris removal program dealing with burned trees is in full swing. We have 10 felling crews out in the field. One of those crews is a specialty crew for extremely difficult trees or difficult sites. We have 2 crews that are hauling debris. As of last Saturday, we had about 2,650 trees that had been dropped. That represents about 30% of the trees in the Butte Fire area under this program. Concerning the Federal Highway / Caltrans Emergency Recovery Road Repair Program, the emergency opening DAFs, that was for the work that occurred within the first 60 to 90 days following the fire, have been submitted, revised, and accepted now by Caltrans. So those are in. And we are submitting today the permanent repair DAFs, again with new formatting as requested by Caltrans. Concerning the erosion and sediment control stabilization grants, the FMAG and the HMGP grants, Public Works facilitated field review with FEMA and their contractor for environmental documentation in February. We got temporary right of entries to about 6 or 7 sites, both in Amador and Calaveras County, for them to do field review as they are preparing their environmental documents for clearance to move those projects ahead. That's my current report. If you have questions, be glad to entertain them.
Questions, Supervisor Garamendi?
It's your district,
I
sir.
don't know what.
Please. My question would be, how are we doing against the hard timelines that have been established on that?
As well as we can. I think we're a little behind the 8 ball, but I think we're also catching up. The The timelines for the Butte Fire are different than the timelines that we've been given for the 2017 storm damage. 2017 storm damage are shorter, but thank goodness we have more experienced staff. We will see as the fall arrives how we're doing, but my understanding is that once our DAFs are in place, we can continue to move. Once the DAFs are accepted by Caltrans, we can continue to move, and we've met that next hard deadline. The first hard deadline we had, of course, was for the emergency openings. That was due no later than 1 year from the federal declaration, which I believe was September 22nd of 2017. They have now been accepted, so we've met that deadline.
Okay. If you feel that there's any risk at all involved in meeting those deadlines, hopefully we can have that discussion.
Absolutely.
And help you in any way we can.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. And again, as I said last time, thank your road crews who have been working around the clock, and slowly but surely we're getting through some inventory. I'm just cleaning up from the mess. Jeff, I wanted to, I know Calaveras Recovers is coming up next, and I know your crews have been doing a lot of work up at the Hoover Road site, trying to get those roads open and safe enough to get those trucks in so the volunteers can build houses for the survivors. I haven't been up there in the last several days. Is it coming together, or any reports?
Well, it's certainly drying out. I've sent a road foreman for that district up there this week and asked for a report back in. I talked to Calaveras Recovers, representatives of Calaveras Recovers, let them know that at a minimum they should have whatever commercial driver is going out there in their trucks to do a pre-drive to make sure that they can safely get out there. There are a couple of areas that concern me on Hoover Road due to the storm damage from 2017. I don't know if we can get it done or not. Apparently there is a time deadline with the Mennonites who are rebuilding these two homes out by Victory Mine and at that end of Hoover.
Right.
And their deadline is May. So the question is, can we get far enough along in enough dry weather and enough repairs done so they can get out with enough time to get out to Hoover with enough time to do the construction. Unfortunately, I received an email this morning from National Weather Service predicting more rain starting Sunday for another 5 to 6 day period. So,
thank you. One last question, and I keep pounding on this drum, but any for our road improvement programs for the Butte Fire as we go through, is any word from FEMA or Caltrans on how we might be able to accomplish that?
Not
and
yet.
I talk to you about this all the time.
All the time. Not yet. It's not their bailiwick. Their bailiwick is recover from where we were the day before the fire. Added benefits and betterments. We have to approach them with the project. Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping that if you're getting any complaints from your district concerning traffic control for the tree program, you'll let me know. We're meeting regularly. I'm not getting a lot of complaints, which is good. But we've been doing a lot of outreach and trying to do some preventative programs, and I think our public information officer may speak to that.
And I appreciate how your team has adjusted some of the stuff we have discussed. The adjustments were made, and it worked out fine. I think most people are getting used to just being 30 minutes late to everything nowadays. I certainly am.
The program won't last much longer.
Well, then we go to the road, so
Yes,
this is going to be
exactly
years.
Right. Yep. Okay. Further questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. We do have a continue of our staff report, I believe. Nikki Stevens.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, Nikki Stevens from Calaveras Recovers today. Wanted to just give you a brief update on behalf of our board and our amazing community partners far and wide, and I mean that on the national level as well. So I don't know that it's a lot of new updates for you, but we want to be continuous in open dialogue to this board and certainly to our community on how we're progressing in the long haul for the recovery efforts for our great community of Calaveras. We have completed 2 homes, and we have many homes in the process, so I want to just quickly identify where we are relative to those projects. World Renew is in the process of 2 homes. The Mennonite Disaster Services, who amazing partner as well. They're in the middle of completing 5 homes for our Butte Fire families. And the Sutter Creek Church of the Nazarene is currently building one of those homes. We are having some challenges relative to what you just heard from Jeff with things that we cannot control, which are Mother Nature related. Access to 2 of our families on Harbor Road has been a challenge because of the damage. So we're working through that. Unfortunately, it does pose some challenges for us because the Mennonites will be leaving Calaveras County in May. And they are a tremendous and valuable partner for us, and we're not sure exactly what Plan B is going to be yet, but we are working on what that just might be. So we appreciate the road department. They do an amazing job, and we're here to collaborate in any way that we can. But it is a challenge for us right now because basically we have to cease that project, or those 2 homes, because we cannot gain access with the cement trucks and the other multiple equipment that needs to access those properties. So it's a challenge for the road as well, and it's a challenge to some of those private driveways. The other challenge to that is that some of those families and some of our families that are the survivors from the fire are currently still living in the FEMA-provided trailers. And while it's been a blessing for them starting in April, they will now start charging rent. So we're working through those processes as well, and we want to remind everybody in the community and this board especially as you're out talking to our residents that we do have our Calaveras Recovers office location still in Mountain Ranch. It is open on Thursdays. I think you met our new project manager this morning from Red Cross, who is going to just play a major part in bringing us to where we need to continually go. The majority of our board, in fact, our entire board, we all do work full-time. We're very committed, but we need someone with boots on the ground to dedicate what needs to happen, and we know that we will continue to move forward with our partners here today. The other thing that I wanted to tell you that is a little bit of good news, when you talk about cost savings for us, you know, we are a nonprofit, and everything that we have expended has been in partnership with our families that we're working with and the many generous donations far and wide. We projected, because, you know, the labor is free, that most of these homes for us to complete would be right around $72,000 to $75,000. The first 2 homes that we completed, we came under budget. So we came in under budget at $67,000 and $64,000. Multiple reasons play because of that, but one of them that really needs to be noted is because of the generous donations. We had about $10,000 donated to each one of those homes in the way of materials from multiple businesses here locally in Calaveras County, such as the trusses and some of the flooring and some of the appliances as well. The other beautiful piece that we're really proud of is our continued partnership for the House in the Box, and we're working with multiple partners in Amador County, and Sharon has been very instrumental, the PIO, as you all know, Terrence, in working with Barron's Furniture in Amador, another one of our community partners, to help transport this much-needed new, beautiful furniture for these families. Not all of the families in the House in the Box are the families that we're building homes for. Everybody has different needs. So just reminding everybody that Calaveras County, Calaveras Recovers, is here to help meet the unmet needs of those families as well. And we still need your prayers. We still would love to have them, and we still would love to have your good well wishes and support on every level, because as we all know, we have a lot of work to continue to progress towards our recovery. So I thank you for your time, and I know I'm running past the time. Oh, that time isn't working. Okay, so I could talk all day. I'm just kidding. If you have any questions for me, I would love to answer them now, or you can always contact me or any of our team members. As you know, Alan Sender is our chair, and Lori Giannini is our co-chair, and we have an amazing board and lots of wonderful volunteers. Okay. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
I want to apologize for the mix-up on the agenda. We had some pressing issues. Thank you for coming back.
Hey, it's all good. Thank you for, you know what? It's all about communication, flexibility, and just moving forward. So I appreciate that. Not needed, but thank you. On behalf of our board, again, we thank you all very much for your open dialogue, the opportunity for us to talk, and again, we're going to get there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Torrance, PIO. I have some copies of what's going on with our Facebook page that you requested last week. Okay. And I pay attention to the numbers at the bottom of each post, which are people reached, and they fluctuate depending on what I put out. I've been working both with Public Works and Environmental Management on press releases and contacting the media. Also, I have been putting out schedules for the crews that are working on burnt tree removal up in the Mountain Ranch Butte Fire area. I've gotten a lot of attention to that. I've heard a lot from the media. I'm still getting calls from some of the survivors asking for information, and have been fortunate in being able to give them information or a direction to go where they can get the help that they need. I'm going to be working with Supervisor Garamendi on his town hall meetings. I'm looking forward to that. And tomorrow, 2 of the families that have been awarded House in a Box from Salvation Army, I'll be meeting the media there to get some press, both for Calaveras Recovers and for Barron's Furniture, with their donation of time and their equipment to get those House in a Box delivered to those families. I don't know if you're aware of what that exactly is, the House in a Box. Do you all know? You're looking like you don't know.
That's 90% of the time.
House in a Box is provided for by Salvation Army, and what that is everything that a household will need, including furniture, bedroom sets, with dressers, mattresses, bed frames, table and chair, dining room table and chairs, all their kitchen utensils, pots and pans, silverware, dishes, linens, everything you can imagine that you would need. When I first heard about it, Salvation Army, I thought that they drew from their many places where they take in donations. This is all brand new furniture and materials, and it comes from all over the United States and is shipped to us. It's being warehoused in Jackson, and then from there it'll be sent out to the various families. So you can imagine what that looks like. These people have been affected by the fire, and it's wonderful that they're able to get all of these things, but then they have to figure out how they're going to transport it. So Barron stepped up, and they're going to do that for our county. I've done a lot of radio interviews. I continue to do that, answer questions, set up tours for the media to go out and get the photographs that they need. That's it. Any questions?
PIO, Sharon, I happened to catch a news clip last night, I believe it was on CBS, indicating a FEMA problem with the housing for our fire victims. Were you involved in any type of news media regarding that issue?
No. There was a clip on Facebook on the Calaveras Recovers page. The people that lived in the FEMA or were given the FEMA trailers, they have those that have houses in progress or have made arrangements for other living situations that owned homes were extended, but those that were renters are not. And so with the shortage of housing here in the county, that has become a new issue. Am I right?
Ms. Stevens, would you have better information on that?
I don't know that I have better information. I think my information is exactly with Sharon's, and I had referenced that a little bit. That's one of our challenges with access to the road on Hoover right now, is that these families after April have been told that they're going to have to start paying rent. And so, when they're trying to prioritize moving into their new home and that transition, it becomes a burden for them. And so we're trying to work through that. FEMA has been amazing. They have extended and very open, but they also have to meet the challenges nationwide too. So, those trailers don't just land one place and then they stay there for the remainder of time. They have to utilize them for other emergencies as well. So we find ourselves in little uncharted territory again, as we have since September 9th of 2015. But we continue to move through this, and we have amazing case managers that are trying to figure out what we can do and how we can do it. And it's unfortunate, and we do have some shortages in Calaveras County for housing, but we also have some possibilities, and we need to just work with those folks to see what we can do to help them to progress on to the next step.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments? Then we'll bring it back, Mr. Moss? Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Anybody on the board?
Well, just a note for Facebook, because a person will hit your Facebook page and hit like or share, yeah, you can figure out who those are, but for the rest of them who don't, there is a way to find them, just so you know.
Are you going to leave us hanging there, right? You're not going to tell us, are you, Supervisor Mills?
You listen to us on our TV.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. I'd entertain a motion. Or is this just informative? We don't need a motion. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Item 25 is from Human Resources to approve the resolution adopting changes to the position control list.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good afternoon, board members and chair. I am bringing before you a resolution adopting the changes to the position control list, adding an administrative assistant 1 to the administrative hearing officer department that was developed on February 28th. The Board of Supervisors approved changes to Chapter 8.06 of the Calaveras County Code. These changes in Section 8.06.700 establishes the Office of County Hearing Officer. And within that office, they are going to need the assistance of an administrative assistant. And so that's what I am bringing before you today.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Is there any public comment on this or any questions from the board? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Okay.
Nope.
Item 26 is from Human Resources. Adopt a resolution approving the workplace violence prevention policy.
I'm asking that this item be pulled at this time. We need to make some changes and then bring it back at a further date.
Any comments from the board? Any comments from staff? Then this item will be pulled and to be heard another day. Is there a timeline you desire on this, Ms. Hawkins, or?
We're hoping to be able to bring it back before the board in April.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 27 is from Human Resources. Adopt a resolution replacing the Calaveras County Injury and Illness Prevention Program with attached updated version.
We are required by federal and state law to have an injury and illness prevention program. Our current program that we have in place is the original plan that was put in place in 1994. We had made changes in 2003, I believe, but was not taken before the board at that time. We have spent the last, since September of last year, updating the program to bring it up to OSHA, Cal OSHA, and OSHA standards. This program will allow us to, or the updates to this program, and the purpose of an injury and illness prevention program is to make sure that we have hazard identification and awareness, that we have accident investigation, hazard mitigation, training, communication, and documentation. And with this program, I know last year when we were at a final budget, we were discussing the insurance budget that Human Resources has. And Chair Oliveira was asking me about what are we doing for our workman's comp to prevent workman's comp. And with the updates of this program, we will be providing more training. We will be implementing the safety committee meetings that stopped several years ago. And so we will be having those on a quarterly basis so that we can better identify the issues that are out there that are causing the workman's comp claims. One of the parts of the program is also to identify near misses. If we identify the near misses, then we can prevent the injuries from, future injuries from occurring.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, is any board comment?
At some point, are you going to be able to identify the cost savings or costs associated with risk management on this?
Yes, of course, we'll track once we start training. Our training plans right now are we will train the supervisors, and then we are going to train our employees through Target Solutions. And then we will put a training plan going forward, and then next year at this time we will identify and see how our claims compare after we put this program in place and started the additional trainings and the safety committees, and compared to what we've had in the past. And it may take, of course, a couple of years. We'll be constantly identifying, but I'm sure that we will see quite a cost savings that will go along with it.
Thank you. As you build your database, then you'll be able to see exactly what this is. And those near misses, it's good to see that in there, because you could quantify those into some kind of dollars at some point, that could have been a cost to the county, whether we like it or not.
Exactly. And one of the things with safety, with frequency comes severity. So when you start seeing something occurring over and over, sooner or later it is going to be a large issue, either in injury or in cost.
Just one more point from history. I found that in workman's comp claims in the private sector, if there's 2 workman's comp claims, the chances of that employee surviving 6 months without permanent disability is pretty high. I mean, it goes up big time. So identifying these potentials early on is the key to retaining employees as well as keeping that work environment safe.
Exactly. And with this program, it gives the employees also a better avenue for identifying the risks that are out there.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else on the board? Any supervisor? I have a couple of quick questions, Ms. Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins, do we know what the county average workman's compensation modification index number is?
I did not bring that with me. No, I don't. I apologize.
Okay. Just for our folks, the workman's mod, if you will, that's a short term for it, is an indicator of your injury dollars and disability dollars spent versus your workman's comp premiums. And that's a pretty good indicator of how you're doing safety-wise. The second part question, an IIPP, which is the Injury and Illness Prevention Plan, isn't that supposed to be by state law renewed every 5 or 10 years?
It is supposed to be updated on a regular basis, and this was something that when I first started with the county, it did get delayed a little. I was looking into it. We have been going back and forth with county council on making the updates, getting all of the forms updated. I have also been working with, we have a safety person in Public Works, and then I've also been talking with Lisa in Environmental Health to make sure, because they have individual department programs, and we do currently have a program in Public Works. They do have an IIPP program there.
Thank you for taking that task on. I know that it was done prior to you coming on board here with Calaveras County. I'm glad to see we have this program going in the right direction.
Right, and I can't take all the credit. My staff, this is definitely something that I have not done alone. This is my staff has done most of the work on this.
Thank you. There's no need for action on board on this informational?
No, it has a resolution.
We have a resolution, okay. Is there any further comment from the board?
Thank you, Judy.
If not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofanelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Oh. We could have public comments. Public comments on this issue before we vote? Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Medina, Environmental Health. And I just wanted to say I was real excited when I first found out that I'd be working with Judy. Coming from San Joaquin County, I helped implement and develop the injury, illness, and prevention plan. So it was real exciting for me to come on board and see that it was being developed here. And I'm real excited about developing our own department emergency plan to assist our people that we work with, our staff, in making sure that they're promoting safety out there and they're promoting public health as well.
Great. We'll be looking forward to some results. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Then I will bring it back to the board. No, any board further comment? This time I'd entertain a motion.
You have a motion.
Oh, we have a motion. And we have a second, too, huh? I would call for a vote, and all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by no. No no's. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Item 28 is from the clerk recorder. Authorize the board chair to sign letters to take an oppose unless amended position to SB 2 Atkins.
I keep wanting to adjust this, but Diane says I'm not allowed to, so I'm not going to play with the microphone. Rebecca Turner, County Clerk Recorder. I personally have written a letter opposing SB2 for many reasons. As a recorder, I'm opposed to the bill personally. What is being proposed is that every document that's recorded in the recorder's office, besides those that have a transfer tax, are going to increase from what is now $10 to record a document to $75. So that's a 750% increase to record a document. So if somebody wants to refinance, it's guaranteed that they're going to record at least 4 documents. So that refinance is going to be at least $225 as opposed to what may have been $50 before for them to record a document in our county. I'm opposed to the bill on many levels. For one, I don't call it a fee. I refer to it as a tax because I think they're taxing and giving the money elsewhere, and there's no guarantee that the money is ever going to come back to our county to help with our housing issues. The bill does reference several other cities that have housing issues that will be addressed, but Calaveras County is nowhere listed in the bill to guarantee money will come back here. So I'm asking you to also sign the letter, Chairman, stating that you also oppose SB2, and I'm open for questions if you have additional questions on that.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Any comments, public comments on this issue? Bring it back to the board. Any board comments on this issue?
Absolutely. This is a tax. There's no way I could define this as a fee. Even under Prop 26, it's just not there. This is money that's going to be going somewhere else. So there is no money coming back to us. We will not benefit at all from it.
There's potential that we could benefit from it. There's no guarantee. The money is out there, and at some point we could ask for a grant or do whatever to potentially bring it back to us. But it's going to go to the areas that need it most. Right. However, I don't know that Calaveras County would ever see that money. So we would be giving the money, and it's unlikely we'd ever see any back. And we estimated it could be almost as much as $1 million annually the county would put into affordable housing, and we would never see anything.
Rebecca, wasn't this attempted before?
This is at least the third go-around, as this is the second time that it's gone through the assembly while I've been in office. It's likely it's going to pass this time. That is the feel the clerk recorders statewide have, is that it will pass. So that's the reason I'm bringing it to you. I really want it to be out there that our county does oppose the bill, because I don't see that we're ever going to get any significant return on our money going out. So.
Supervisor Tofinelli, had comments?
No, I think Dennis covered what I was going to say.
Supervisor Sorry. I would concur. I'm sorry.
Rebecca, this is also, if someone passes away, it raises the fees on the recording and all that.
If they have to file an affidavit of death.
$150 just for dying in this county.
Mechanics lien, if you wanted to file a mechanics lien, there's at least 2 documents, one to file that lien and then one to release that lien later. Typically, somebody who's filing a mechanics lien, it's less than $1,000 that they're requesting money for, and this makes, they're going to pay $200 at least just to get maybe $500 back. The whole purpose of this avenue to come through the recorder's office is to avoid the cost in court, and what's the point of having that avenue any longer if it starts adding up to the same cost? So I think it's detrimental to the community.
Further comments by the board? I would concur with my colleagues. I'm strictly opposed to this and would sign this letter of opposition. No further comments from the board. No further comments from the public. I entertain a motion to sign the letter.
We have a.
We do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to support Rebecca's
All right.
position on this. Housing is an important issue. Right now in Sacramento, the legislature is really looking at all kinds of vehicles to try to promote affordable housing. This is just absolutely the wrong vehicle to use. It's a critical need, but this is not the way to go about doing it, and I support Rebecca's position 100% on this.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Okay, I believe we have a motion on the floor. Seconded?
No.
No, we don't.
We don't have any.
Then I would entertain a motion.
I will move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0. Unanimous.
Item 29 is from the clerk recorder, authorizing an additional $1 recording fee for implementation and ongoing operation of electronic recording, and directing the auditor controller to establish an interest-bearing designated account to support and maintain the Electronic Recording Delivery Act.
Rebecca Turner, County Clerk Recorder. I'm here today to request that we add additional $1 onto our general recording fees. Not $75, just one.
And you don't want 75?
I don't. So this will get us caught up to speed. Most counties implemented the Recording Act. It went into effect 2004, so most counties have already implemented it. Our county never did because we didn't have a recording system that will allow us to ever go forward anyways. And last year we did implement the new recording system that will allow us to electronically record documents. And so I'm bringing it to you now. We'd like to, our plan would be, if this passes, we'd collect the fee for at least 1 year, which would allow us to then implement electronic recording, and those fees would pay for the costs to go forward with that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Turner. Any public comment on this? Any board comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli and seeking a second. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Item 30 is from the Environmental Management Agency. Introduce and waive reading of ordinance revising Chapter 13.12, sewage disposal, unincorporated areas of the Calaveras County Code. Authorized summary publication.
Good afternoon, Mel Knight, Environmental Management Agency. In a little bit of background, in 2000, Senate Bill 885 was passed as state legislation. It was attempting to standardize on-site waste disposal requirements throughout the state to make them, again, a little more consistent. And on-site waste being what we typically think of as septic systems, or where you are treating your own liquid waste from your properties. There have been a lot of practices done by many municipalities, special districts, as well as counties, and they were trying to bring a little more standardization and order. One thing they did realize was there was local variance required, some of it due to geology, some of it due to prevailing practices that had been working in some areas. So they allowed you to come up with varied local ordinances that could be approved. And indeed, this county had come up with a modification. In 2012, a prior board did approve something, and this action today would be updating that. This action has been workshopped with stakeholders, has received preliminary approval from the state oversight agency, the California Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and is subject to, again, now some review and adoption by your board. Today, we've actually got the folks that did the heavy lifting here on this available to address some of the questions, and you've already had an opportunity to hear from Lisa Medina a bit, who will talk to you. She's the manager in environmental health. We're quite fortunate to have recently had Lisa join us from San Joaquin County. She has a great deal of experience and qualifications in this area. And we're also quite fortunate to have Matt Poole, who is our environmental health specialist, who is the person who does most of the work in this area, authored most of the document, and is probably the most knowledgeable party in the county in this area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa.
Lisa Medina, Environmental Health. Does the board have any questions?
Yes, I do. But do we want to take item 4 in conjunction with this together?
You're going to need to have separate votes on them, so...
Then I'll withhold my questions for item 4 until we get to it. Thank you.
Ms. Medina, are you doing a presentation, or do you want us to move to questions now?
Actually, I just wanted to give a little bit more history and kind of elaborate on what Mel discussed. For the local agency management plan, so that is an approval by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Boards, which allows local agencies to implement their own existing on-site wastewater treatment system. We did send a draft of our on-site wastewater treatment to the Central Valley Regional Water Boards, and they did approve it with some minor edits. So that's what you have before you today. Other than that, we're tasked with the mission to protect public health and the environment through the implementation of our policies and procedures.
Thank you very much. I read through this policy last night, and I gave Mel a call. But I wanted to know what our county's doing about people who want to take alternative routes, such as composting toilets or other different technology than your standard septic system. And how can they work through our system? Where would someone like that fit in this policy?
So I understand the question to be that maybe there have been several questions from our constituents wanting to know about alternative methods, such as a composting toilet. Does everybody know what a composting toilet is? So just for saying for the public, a composting toilet is a type of dry toilet and or a microflush toilet system that predominantly uses an aerobic process, which means air has to be introduced into the process in order to do composting of the human excreta. So that's done by managing the anaerobic decomposition. That's how all the things are broken down organically. Currently, right now, we do not have anything in place. If there was, say, for example, under our ordinance, we do have a provision that does address the composting toilets. That is done under section, experimental systems, that's correct. And that is done under major repairs. For example, someone's on-site septic system tended to fail. Well, we would look at that application, say if they were proposing a composting toilet or any other engineer design or alternative system that would be considered that, we would definitely take that into consideration. But again, it's specifically falls under the major repair section. An example of that might be, for example, during the Butte fires, if someone wasn't able to get in with a septic tank operation, because those trucks are very heavy and they tend to go into the ground and they get stuck, we might consider that if a porta potty option was not available.
So does that mean that, so if somebody wanted to build a homestead, a piece of property, or build their own house without a septic system, obviously I understand some of the reasons for it, loans and what, if they just assume they wanted to build their own house, is there a pathway for them to put in such a compost toilet? And I was happy to see you've got gray water systems in here as an option for people trying to save water. Other people want to save water through their sewers, take a lot of water as well. So how would they approach it through this policy?
That would be done on an application basis, approval and review of whatever they submitted to our department for review and approval. But right now, under the ordinance, it would be considered if a major repair needed to be done to the existing on-site wastewater disposal system. However, in California, at parks and other national areas, they do have composting toilets that are accepted as a means of disposal of the human excreta. So that's something that would be considered. It would have to be considered probably on an application one-on-one basis, as far as I understand that question.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if somebody wants to do that, they don't come into your office and you say, look, it's not in here. We can't do that for a new construction. I understand the major repair part.
Yes.
But,
for new construction, not at this time.
Is there any possibility that we could take a look at that in the future?
Of course.
And that'd be great.
Yes,
Because
we
I think
will take a look at that. I will be discussing that with my staff, and maybe we can propose some options to the regional water quality control boards. Maybe they can give us some examples of different composting toilet operations that have occurred throughout the United States and or California specifically, and or other jurisdictions as well.
Right, just because we've got rain now doesn't mean we won't have water problems in a year or so.
Yes, understood.
So we want to always be water-wise, and if you could help on that,
You
that
bet.
could give people an alternate path.
Of course. Yes, we will consider that, and I'll look into that investigation, and I will be reporting to you with my research.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Does the board have any other questions?
I have a question. I was on the board back in 2012, and Brian brought this item to us. And if I recall, I'm not sure I know the name of the agency, but we only accept certain types of systems here in the county, and they have to be accepted by what agency?
So because of the LAMP, which is being brought to you today, so that's a local agency management plan. Within that plan, there are certain on-site wastewater treatment, whether they be engineer design, which means they have to go through a series of approval. They have to have profile. They have to have the soil profiled in order to make sure that the liquid waste can be absorbed into the ground. There's also other tiered type of on-site wastewater treatments that are allowed here. Mostly in Calaveras County, they are engineered design, which are very expensive. So I can understand the question for an alternative method, which would be the composting toilet, which most likely would probably most likely be engineered design as well.
Yes.
So there are some allowances for that. That's why we are asking that the LAMP be approved due to for the community's sake, and also when you get to the state level, it becomes very complicated. That's why we feel that our current standards have been operating efficiently, and that we have a good control and management of our on-site wastewater treatment.
And I'm reading the back here, and I'm assuming the red is added language?
Yes, that's added language. That is correct.
And it's under reporting?
Yes, it's under reporting, also permanent records. So for the annual reporting, the state is going to be requesting annually, is that correct, Matt? A reporting for us to report the complaint process. How many complaints did we receive, for example, regarding maybe a specific on-site wastewater treatment plant, an on-site wastewater treatment facility on a residential site, because they want to make sure that those specific systems are not failing continuously. So they have a good pulse on how those systems are operating.
So I guess that would lead into my question, is this, if my tank failed and I called sewer service to come out to do it, they would report to the county?
Well, typically, that's self-reporting, and just by design, the owners of those systems aren't going to report themselves. Typically, in a complaint process, it's usually the neighbors and or someone else. If they see, hear, or smell, or they notice something that just isn't right, with their neighbors. So typically, and when we do receive those complaints, we are required to respond to them within a 48-hour period.
So it's not if I called somebody to come clean my tank, those aren't being reported, the number of those aren't reported, so there's no statistics on that type, how often, how much?
There are statistics on that because those pump haulers, is what we call them, are required to submit their reports to the state and to the Environmental Health Department. So they are required to submit those reports to us for review. And typically, it's recommended that you pump your tank depending on the schedule and how many people you have, how many children, that type of thing, once every 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That does lead to another question for public agencies that have step systems and their requirements to pump those tanks every 5 years under their agreements. Are they reporting those to the state as well?
And I'm sorry, that is for residential?
For instance, Calaveras County Water District, where they have septic tanks on site.
Yes.
And they are required to pump them every 5 years. Is that noticing to the state also required for them?
So notification by those types of operations, CCWD, Murphy's, any of the big wastewater treatment plants throughout Calaveras County do not fall under our jurisdiction. They fall under the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they have waste discharge requirements that they have to effectively meet.
Yeah, you're talking about NPDES.
And MPDES, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't mean to have a loaded question there, but
no,
I just wanted
okay.
clarity for the
I
public.
like loaded questions.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Supervisor Mills? Thank you.
Any further questions by any member of the board? Any member of staff?
I just wanted to clarify, since item number 4, and this were kind of put together, I wanted to make sure that the board was clear on the agenda packet attached to IQM2. The on-site wastewater rules and regulations, which are number 4, were attached to this item. The actual modifications or the introduction of the ordinance is what was just presented. There are copies here for the public if they wish to have it. The red-lined paragraphs are what are being added to our code. So what is in front of you that is red is what is being introduced today in item 30, and it will be brought back as long as the board does in fact introduce and waive the reading at a future date for adoption of this ordinance. The resolution regarding the on-site wastewater rules and regulations is a separate resolution. That's number 4, and that's a separate item. Does that make sense?
So having that brought to our attention, we will be discussing and voting on item 30 first, then 4. Okay. Mr. Moss, obviously you want to say something.
Thank you. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. As you know, this used to be part of my bailiwick as well, and there was a question that was brought up by Supervisor Garamendi about composting toilets. And the reason I came up is because that is something that's been brought up in the past, and I did a statewide research and canvassed all the directors of environmental health, and I asked them, are they allowed in your jurisdiction, and if so, how are they working? And what the response was, I think we had 2 or 3 in the state that were still considering them. The problem with the composting toilets are, first of all, I will say, number 1, they do work. Number 2, the issue is they're very, very high maintenance, and if you don't maintain them correctly, they fail. So a lot of jurisdictions have kind of set those by the wayside. My comment to previous boards were that with, if you have a choice between a composting toilet and a standard on-site wastewater treatment system, the on-site wastewater treatment system is the least maintenance and easiest to use. So I just wanted to share that with the board so you're aware that we did indeed go down that path, and I did do a statewide survey on that topic.
Thank you. But I think we ought to look into it. I think that
Understood.
people are changing, and of course, it's cleaner and much easier, but we should give people the options. At $30,000 for an engineered system, that's a big chunk of your house.
And that's why I quoted standard system versus intermittent sand filter.
And
or
most of
textile
our,
system.
as Ms. Medina pointed out, most of our projects here are engineered.
Many of them are, and that is true. And again, I just wanted this board to be aware that we did go down a path and look at that one time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments by the board? Having hearing none, I would entertain a motion for item 30, introduction and waive reading of ordinance revising chapter 13.12, sewage disposal, unincorporated areas of the Calaveras County Code authorizing summary publication. Do I entertain? I hear a motion. So moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Seeking a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Public comment? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously.
Thank you.
So item 4 is also from the Environmental Management Agency to adopt a resolution revising the Calaveras County rules and regulations for on-site wastewater treatment systems.
Is there any staff report on this?
Mel Knight again. These are the rules and regulations pursuant to the ordinance. So therefore, these would follow what we've just discussed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any public comment on that? Hearing none, bring it back for board comments or any questions?
Yes, I had two questions, and I did bring them up yesterday in a phone call to Mr. Knight. And the first one has to do with the word significant. Were you able to come up with a definition that we could use as a functional?
Yes, so when we sent our draft to the board, we used their language. That was one of our concerns that we had. And what they consider significant, and I will read this. This is part of their matrix that we based our implementation of the description. We interpret significant amounts to mean amounts greater than incidental dumpings, such that volume, frequency, overall strength, or chemical additives preclude definition as domestic wastewater. And then it refers to see definitions in the OWTS policy, and then also the State Water Resources Control Board order number, which I'd be more than happy to forward to you.
It's only to be sure that we have a supportive threshold in our discussion should people want to challenge or question what that threshold might be.
Certainly. And as far as thresholds, anything over 10,000, of course, is referred to the regional water quality control boards. Typically, the RVs, I believe that's probably what you're leading to. They are 30 to 40 gallons. Some of them have the 100-gallon totes. Because the RV effluent, human excreta, is very high, plus it has chemicals in it, we recommend that, of course, they never be flushed into a residential site and that they do be taken to a commercial site for processing.
We're actually dealing with black water versus gray water in
Yes.
terms of how we're dealing with it.
Yes.
The other one had to do with a question on my packet, page 72. It had to do with on-site waste treatment failure and identifying how do we identify what would be considered a failure.
So what would be considered a failure is any standard system where the leach field is not taking any more of the effluent as part of the processing, where it's actually surfacing. By surfacing, I mean that it's either bubbling. The leach lines can no longer do what we call evapotranspiration. They can't break down the nitrates and all the other things that need to be broken down organically. that would be a failing system. Typically, that might be come up as the tank backs up into your house, or it backs up into your water pipes, into the restroom, into your shower, that type of thing. Sometimes the life of a septic system is only 12 to 15 years. It all depends on what type of system it is.
So the question would be, who reports that failure?
Typically, owners will not report that failure. What we recommend is if someone were to call our office, we would recommend that they hire a pump contractor to find out and determine if that's truly what is occurring. Is the septic system failing? Do they just need to pump their tank? Are there too many solids in their tank? That type of thing. So that would be our first effort, is to educate them, because by educating, we lead to prevention.
Okay.
And again, just by experience, owners do not report on their own failing septic system until it truly fails and they've used all the resources that are available to them. Pump contractors, sewage disposal contractors, C-42 licensed contractors, to determine whether or not their system is failing. It's very expensive, even for a failure, even for a minor repair.
I understand. Thank you for your response, Ms. Medina.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions from the board?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Any further comments, questions from the board? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 31 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution to amend the safety element of the general plan, incorporating by reference the 2015 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer, Planning Department. Safety element is one of the 7 mandated elements of state law for our general plan. It is intended to address community risks such as earthquakes, flooding, fire, those kinds of things. Parallel document that is also used to assist the county and community in hazard mitigation is the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. Was most recently revised and adopted in 2015 with a minor revision earlier last year. This request is that we incorporate the LHMP into the county general plan by reference. Just a simple statement saying we're incorporating this by reference. The reason for this is primarily financial. Money that we could otherwise receive from hazard disaster recovery programs from the state and federal government in many cases require that we have it adopted into our general plan. So we're asking that you approve the resolution to adopt this amendment. It was reviewed by the Planning Commission about 2 months ago, and they unanimously supported that. Brian Moss is here. He can give you a little more details on the costs and how it directly affects our county in light of the more recent disasters that we've had. Turn over to Brian for a moment.
Brian Moss, Administrative Office. One of the, actually, we made a request in the Administrative Office of Peter to place the LHMP and the safety element into the general plan as soon as possible. Essentially, this is because of the tree mortality program. As the board's well aware, one of the local state of emergencies that the board continues to ratify when they meet is that particular emergency, which you did today, as well as others. There is a possibility of us reducing our CDAA, which is California Disaster Assistance Act funds, costs, from 25% to 10%. If we can prove to Cal OES that this LHMP has been placed into the safety element of the general plan. So that's essentially one of the reasons we're pushing it. It's a savings of 15%, which is very significant to this county as we move forward in this process. I know that Tuolumne County has really been pushing hard with Cal OES and the legislature as well to try and get some of these breaks. So this is the first step that we're aware of, and we want to make sure we get this taken care of so that we can prove to Cal OES that we indeed are in the game. And I'd like to thank Peter for bringing it forward as quickly as he did.
Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Maurer, I have a question.
Yes.
Sounds like a good deal. What's the downside of this? Is there any?
None that I'm aware of.
Good answer, sir. Any public comment on this?
Bonnie, you've been silent since we came back from lunch.
Well, I stayed for this specific thing. A friend of mine, a former candidate for the Board of Supervisors, has a specific question that he wants me to ask about this. What action will this have specifically on Nassau Creek?
Was his first name Joe?
Could be Joseph, I think it is.
There would be no specific requirements on or action associated with Nassau Creek by incorporating this into the general plan. We would look at flooding issues just as we always have under our flood prevention ordinance, as well as the provisions in the general plan and the LHMP. All it does is just sort of put the two already adopted documents together.
Does Joseph from Nassau Creek, is that sufficient for him?
I'm sure he'll be happy with that answer, but not satisfied.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for comments, questions, any?
So
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 32 is from Public Works to conduct a public hearing and find that no nonprofit agencies are available that are willing to regularly provide transportation to the elderly and disabled residents of Calaveras County.
Afternoon, Deborah Mullen, Public Works, Calaveras Transit.
Deborah, may I interrupt you just for a
You
moment?
absolutely may.
We're going to conduct a hearing, so I'm going to open the hearing.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a public hearing that's required by the Federal Transit Administration grant that we're applying for a bus replacement. It's the Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities. So the context is that in a large jurisdiction where there's multiple agencies, it's natural to have such a hearing to allow for any nonprofit agencies that can provide the transportation to come forward. In our case, we're the only agency that provides this deviated fixed route, and that's the project at hand, the project in question. It is a project as required by the program that is included in the coordinated plan, social service agency coordinated plan. In the process, we have notified all the nonprofit agencies and also quite a few public agencies that do provide transportation to their clients or to the public. In the case of Common Ground Senior Services, they operate the Silver Streak, which is transportation for seniors and veterans, and Kathy Topol is here to speak to that. We also have a letter of support from Karen Gregorius from the ARC of Amador and Calaveras supporting our application because we provide a service to the individuals with disabilities, the developmental disabilities of the ARC. So if the board finds that there are no nonprofit agencies that are available to provide the service that we're speaking of, then you make that finding, pass that resolution, and we go on to the next resolution is to authorize Public Works to apply for the grant. So that's my statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. No questions from the board?
The question would be, is there any matching requirement here?
Meant to mention that there's not a match. It's the state, Caltrans will do the vehicle procurement. They have a specific vehicle that they'll get for us. They'll do all the procurement, saving us that particular headache of doing a federal procurement. There's no match. There's the FTA 5310 pays for 80%. Toll credits pays the 20%. But then above that $70,000 cap, we pay for any bells and whistles that we want. We will want some bells and whistles. We'll want automatic snow chains. There's Telma brake retarders, something special for the brakes that we'd like for our mountain travel. So there will be some costs that will be go to this vehicle, and I believe that we can pay for it with PTMI SEA capital funds. And the bus that we're replacing was also purchased under this program 6 years ago. It's still running.
Is there restrictions on the length of time we have to keep the bus, or any other restrictions?
It has to keep it through its useful life, which is 250,000 miles or 7 years, I think, for this kind of a bus. And though there's reporting requirements, every 6 months we'll have to do a report saying, we have this bus, this is the miles, this is...
What happens, not that it's going to happen, but if there's some type of damage to the vehicle beyond using it, are we then, say after the second year, and there's supposed to be 5 years remaining, are we on the hook to replace the bus?
Well, we carry insurance on it. Actually, our operator carries the insurance.
Okay, I just trying to find out restrictions on what happens or what have you. So, okay.
Yeah, the state stays as the lien holder until a certain amount of time, and then they release it.
So I think to your point, you were questioning prorating or depreciation or anything like that.
And if our insurance says it's only worth $30,000 now,
right?
And we're looking $40,000, to get back to the new bus that the state's going to require, or what have you, prorated and so forth.
I can look into that answer. I don't know.
All right.
Deborah, just to be clear, this is operated by county employees through the transit program. Who drives the bus?
Our contract operator. We hire paratransit services to operate the bus. They hire the drivers, the dispatchers, and they carry the insurance on it.
Okay.
The county also has
it's bound by insurance policy by their operation then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any more questions from the board? I'll entertain public comment.
Yes, I had one question, and it's partially been answered. If this is considered a paratransit mode, a specialized bus, and is this a bus that will go where the people need it to go, or are they required to meet them at a bus stop? I mean, because it is a handicapped situation, and I'm just concerned that if it's on a route, it may not do what we want it to do, which is pick up the people in the places that they are and take them to the places that they need to be. Like the hospital or to the doctors, not on a route.
Our system is a deviated fixed route, so in many cases, the bus will not go to where the person needs to be, or where they need to be picked up, or where they're going. It's our regular system that has limitations on the kind of roads. We need a good road to turn around, but it can go 3/4 of a mile off the route, and we do coordinate with Common Grounds to do that first mile, last mile, and hopefully create a full trip that meets the needs of the people. And it will be ADA accessible with the wheelchair lift, and they'll have 2 wheelchair positions.
Good afternoon. Kathy Topol, Common Ground Senior Services. For 5 years, Common Ground has been partnering with Calaveras Transit to coordinate alternatives for those that are unable to use traditional transportation options, such as either the deviated route or get to a bus stop. While Calaveras Transit provides fixed and deviated routes, and while every effort is made by the transit agency, it is impossible for them to meet all the needs of those who are transit dependent due to our rural nature. Common Ground's transportation program complements Calaveras Transit's regular and deviated routes by providing door-through-door service to those unable to use their transit system. These transports includes non-emergency medical appointments, dental appointments, physical therapy, dialysis, pharmacies, grocery stores, anywhere that the other day we got a call that was so sweet, it kind of makes me choke up a little bit. We had helped a couple during the Butte fire who had gotten out of their, burned out of their place, and they are in a FEMA trailer down here in San Andreas. They get up at 6:30 in the, they get a bus at 6:30 in the morning that takes them to Mountain Ranch, and they sit there till 9 o'clock until the resource center opens up over there. Then they go and they get their food, then they go over to have the lunch, then they sit there for 2 more hours while they wait for the next bus to leave Mountain Ranch. So we took care of them. We now go get them twice a week or twice a month, transport them there, get their stuff, take them home. So it's those kinds of situations that we help with Calaveras Transit. These services are provided to anyone over the age of 60, any veteran of any age, and anyone with a disability. And I just want to let you know that Common Ground supports this 5310 proposal that Calaveras Transit is submitting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Opal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh.
Any further comments by the public?
Excuse me, maybe just to add, you know, we have the volunteer center that's been providing transportation in the same respect for a whole bunch of years, like more than 10. And I'm wondering if these folks are all getting together and making sure no one's duplicating or they're covering what the other program isn't covering. So that's just another thought, because now we have 3 transportation programs that I'm aware of, maybe more, in Calaveras County, which I think is incredible.
Any further comments by the public? Bring it back to the board for comments and questions. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Seconded by Supervisor Mills. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Oh. Thank you. I forgot that.
Item 33 is from Public Works to approve a resolution authorizing Public Works to apply for federal funding to acquire a replacement bus for Calaveras Transit.
This is the follow-up resolution to the previous public hearing, is to authorize us to apply for this grant. Actually, the grant has already been applied for. It was due March 1st, but they always let you send in the resolution following. So they're expecting this within a few days.
Thank
you. If approved. If not, I'll pull it.
Okay. This is involving the same situation. We've already voted on this. Do we need to vote on this item? Okay. Any questions? Actually, any public comments? Hearing none.
But no, I'll say something. I'll answer Bonnie's question from a moment ago. We do sit down together and coordinate services at the SISTAC meetings with the Volunteer Center, Common Grounds, and other agencies.
Oh, thank you, Dave. Okay, any further comments by the public or staff? We'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second. Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, seconded by Supervisor Mills. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. 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 All opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 34 is from the Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Okay, so we have a couple of appointments for your consideration. Generally, we will handle those all in one motion and second and one vote. If there's something that needs to be separate, please let me know. First of all, there's an application for a vacancy for a member of resident of District 3 for the Commission on Aging, and the term expires 12/31/19. That application is from Morgan Lee Fitzpatrick. There is an application for a vacancy for a current or past user recipient of services on the IHSS Advisory Committee. This term expires 12/31/18, and the application was received from Megan Guthrie. Lastly, there is a vacancy for a member on the Railroad Flat Cemetery District for a term ending 12/31/20. An application was received from Michael Sweet, who is an incumbent.
Madam Clerk and Board, there is a tag onto this particular item, if we will. I've just been informed that there is a conflict in one of the committees that I sit on, that Supervisor Mills is the alternate to Solid Waste Task Force. The conflict is it meets the same time and date that LAFCO does. So we can vote on that separately if we have to, or just make an assignment.
That will have to be an agendized item. We had to do that last month. So it'll have to come back at the next meeting.
All righty. Thank you.
What you'd have to do is also agendize to pick an alternate.
We do. Okay. We do.
I'll take care of that.
Thank you. The issue at hand is the appointment of the committee members. Any discussion by the board? Any public comment?
I'm sorry, Diane, you said Megan Guthrie applied for which position?
IHSS for current or past user recipient of services, since she's the provider for her daughter. Her daughter is the recipient of services. Yes, her daughter is the recipient of services.
Any further public comment? Bring it back to the board for comments or questions.
I'm always going through everyone's qualifications. I'm always amazed at the quality of people that apply for this. I notice that every time I go through there, that we're very lucky to get some of the people that sit on our boards.
Thank you. Any further comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to appoint these gentlemen and lady to the various committees.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Topinelli.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing no noes, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as county supervisor.
Madam Clerk, before we do that, I do have to make an announcement and a reporting out on a meeting. We're not able to complete the closed sessions in the morning. The board concludes its closed session agenda items at the end of the meeting. The board does report out at the conclusion, but not everybody typically has gone home by then, including the videographer. The board has historically reported out again at the next regular meeting, so the action is recorded. On February 28th, the board did finish closed session agenda item 1 at the end of the meeting and did report out. However, it was an oversight when reporting out earlier this morning that we didn't include this item. With that said, on February 28th, item 1, conference with legal counsel anticipating litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 sub D sub 2. No reportable action taken. We'll start with Supervisor Platt.
Yeah, I just remind all you guys, Joe Kelly watches us all the time, has an eyeball on us. I think he misses us. You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
Joe Kelly, your buddy.
Oh, that's good. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, thank you. There was a discussion that came up regarding us represented at a groundwater sustainability authority in Stockton. And since it's there, I will go and report back, but there seems to be some conflict because we're working with Stanislaus County on a memorandum of understanding. So let me see what that is, and then I'll report that back to the board. The board does need to look at a groundwater sustainability authority formation as part of that by June of 2017, so just to kind of have it in your radar. I would also like to request that possibly 2 supervisors be put together, if you want to call it ad hoc or whatever, to be on the front end of the finance decisions, of the budget decisions going into next year. When I was with the agency, we had 2 directors that were vetting the entire budget process, and then that was brought forward. It does help in clearing up a lot of questions, saves a lot of time, but you can still get to many things that most of the other supervisors may not want to deal with. So I'm just a thought for future discussion. March 1st, Wednesday, Council of Governments requested a copy of the Joint Powers Agreement, working with staff to review for improvement. March 2nd, met with Supervisor Tofinelli and constituents over the proposed projects in the Copperopolis area and related traffic circulation concerns. March 6th, Monday, met with Supervisor Garamendi, who to meet auditor. There was Public Works. It was over the CSAs and the recent costs of these community areas. March 8th, attended Calaveras County Water District's presentation on their proposed budget for next year. And I left Stafford to stay behind because I had to meet with Public Works on solid waste timelines and direction, and a short meeting with Economic Development. Met with Public Works then to review needs and priorities of District 4. Attended the Angels Camp Business Association mixer in the evening. March 9th, Thursday, attended the Planning Commission meeting, did a presentation. Future work relating to the Copperopolis Community Plan, the short-term vacation rentals, and a ban ordinance being prepared for staff, or by staff or supervisors. Attended the Copperopolis Fire District meeting. Believe it or not, I'm on their agenda. So they're regularly expecting me to attend there. They have Measure C on the ballot, and I've been working to help them with that to be sure that they didn't run into any conflicts. And I reviewed with them some of the storm damage, road repair issues, especially O'Burns Ferry Road down there that they've been dealing with. March 10th, attended Murphy Sanitary District meeting, reviewed their budget and plans for upgrading that they're doing, and it's ongoing. March 11th, attended Mark Twain's Health Fair at Couts Winery to assist with IHSS and chronic pain displays. And then don't forget Irish Days in Murphy's this Saturday, rain or shine. We've been asked to be on a float with the animals, so I guess I'm already going to the dogs. So just a reminder of that. Thank you. I've got a green one already. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I don't have anything to report at this time. I do have something to report. I had a conversation with Supervisor Clapp about the condition of Silver Rapids Road. Silver Rapids Road is rapidly deteriorating due to the amount of trucks. The quarry is down there, and the levee that are being repaired that are failing in San Joaquin County, those trucks are transversing that road and really destroying it. So we were going to put together a letter. We discussed putting together a letter to the San Joaquin Reclamation District, asking for them to help in the repairs of that road, since it's basically mostly their trucks transversing that road and destroying it. Due to that particular quarry mines larger rocks that are used for underwater and building up those levees. They don't do the gravel or those type of things. It's the larger rocks that go out towards there. And there's been just a tremendous amount of truck traffic, traversing not only Silver Rapids, but Highway 12 also. So we're very lucky on Highway 12 that it's been recently repaired and widened and straightened, so it's holding up pretty well due to the truck traffic. But and it continues to be a lot of trucks because of the levees swelling and the conditions of the levees there. They're trying to stave off flooding. So just to keep the board apprised that we are looking to put together a letter to send to them.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I attended a two-day meeting for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy in Sacramento. Main topic was water improvement program, trying to take on our watersheds and how we could receive funds and then manage them correctly. We also, I attended the first 5 meeting where we are close to finalizing a strategic plan. Mental health board, we're trying to find ways to provide more beds in Calaveras County or the area for people who need hospital beds. Sometimes there's a shortage, and people have been sent as far away as Bakersfield, which is not good for their mental health, very expensive for all of us. I won't touch on meetings that I attended that were already mentioned, but I do want to say that on St. Patrick's Day, the West Point players will be kicking off Mousetrap, their annual play. It is a fun time, so you're all welcome to come to West Point and watch our community put on a theater. We are also having town halls on the 21st in Moke Hill, 22nd in Mount Ranch, and 23rd in West Point, where we'll go over all the issues of District 2, from cannabis to fire recovery in our roads. So you all are welcome. Come along, and so is the public. Everybody's welcome to join. Should be a free-wheeling fun time.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. I started my 2-week period here attending the EPOC meeting, which is the Ebbets Pass Property Owners Commission at the Ebbets Pass Fire Department. And I attend that as a regular member of that meeting, and disseminating information regarding the county and District 3. We talked about certain things, especially tree mortality, storm damage, things of that sort. I am scheduled to be taking another tour of District 3 storm damage and road damage with Public Works Director Jeff Krovis and hopefully Road Department Manager Scott Anderson to take a good first-hand look at what's going on in some other areas. We did spend some time up in Sky High, taking a look at the severe damage and the severe snowfall, snowpack up there. And as we discussed previously, that's going to be an ongoing problem, as in every roadway in the county. I met with a group, and I believe it's CalTel. If I get that name wrong, we're going to be in trouble. CalMet, there we go. CalMet, which resulted in a meeting with our administration, our planning department with Peter Maurer and Ryan Moss and Jeff Krovitz. There's a new program that they're introducing. They obtained, I believe it was a $2.8 or $2.9 million grant to provide internet to the rural areas of the county that is not being served by internet now. This is a cooperation with a fiber optic to a tower, then a wireless system from that tower. It looked pretty impressive. One good thing about it, at this point, there is no cost to the county, I understand, to put this system in place, and we're investigating that as a county to see if we can be part of that program. Program is already existing in El Dorado County, I believe, and is being pretty well accepted there. We'll have more information on that. I attended the Ironstone Spring Art Festival. I took a look at our local artists there, compliments of John Couts and family. Did a great event. Several artists were there, several people that are from our area. It's in conjunction with the Daffodil Festival coming up here shortly with Ironstone and the other parts of the county, so we look forward to seeing those folks there. I attended to see a Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency meeting. learned that we are moving in that direction. There's a grant process for about $200,000 that serves our community action folks here in Calaveras County and Mariposa. That board is consisted of basically of civilians, if you will, and our department heads in our social services area. And I think it's pretty effective. They've gone through a revamping with new bylaws and new action plans and business plans. So I'm looking forward to being part of that operation. I did attend, after our board meeting, the District 3 SHOP, SHOPP, and what that was a meeting with the Executive Director of COG, which is California Council of Governments, and Caltrans. And we discussed upcoming projects in District 3. And these are long-term projects. These are nothing really that's on the drawing board yet, but projects that we are looking to actually introduce and complete. One of those projects being in my district is in Murphy's, the improved intersection of Pennsylvania Gulch and Highway 4. There's a school right there, and the crosswalk area needs to be improved, redesigned a little bit. They're indicating Caltrans is thinking on this. This is think caps on of putting a project together to have a complete left-hand turn lane all the way from Pennsylvania Gulch to Tom Bell Road, right there to the city, of a signal. So that could be quite an extensive project. Once again, this is in the planning stages now. If we can even get that project underway, it's going to be a 2 to 4 year deal. There's other areas that we're talking about in Murphy's. We're talking about no parking zones. I believe we've got Public Works working on that due to some pedestrian problems in front of a house on Main. That project is currently being undertaken by Public Works. We're looking at Arnold, doing some things up there, and doing some things in Doug Flat. Once again, these are the projects that we're looking 5 years ahead. Hopefully we'll get those projects started. On the 14th, I attended an agenda review. I was very happy to have Supervisor Garamendi attend that, being vice chair. It's my position that you need to educate folks that have to grab the ball and run with it when the guy falls down, the quarterback falls down, if you will. So that's my position. I extend that invitation, and I hope you would do the same if you're chair, as every other member would of this board. I attended also at 2 o'clock our local tree mortality meeting with Mr. Moss and crew. We had representatives there, probably from every agency involved. And I'm quite surprised at the participation at our local tree mortality. We have representatives there from every agency. It mirrors what I see in Sacramento as far as the governor's task force. There might be a little bit more people there because there's more room, but the bottom line is I think we do just as well as discussing issues and finding our areas of progress and then finding our downfalls, if you will, too. I would highly recommend that we pay attention to the information coming out of that committee, because that's where the rubber hits the road, folks. That's where the work's being done in our county. I attended the Planning Commission meeting just as a spectator. I know there's some very serious issues coming up, and I want to commend the Commission and the Planning Department for doing what they do. I don't see how they get anything done. And I'll tell you, Mr. Maurer, your crew is just outstanding. And I'll tell you that it's a very effective Planning Commission. I have to thank our supervisors here for the selections of their planning commissioners. I think it's a very effective commission, and we look forward to some real good decisions out of there. I did meet with the government representative from PG&E, Thomas Reeves. I had a situation where I had a constituent call and was very confused on the log removal of the PG&E bark beetle eradication program. She had actually called the PG&E number and it was informed that anything under 4 inches or less in diameter they would take care of, including the duff and the brush. Well, she's got logs laying all over her front yard. I mean, like 30-inch in diameter. And I actually said, well, no, there's another program, I think. I don't know. I called, and sure enough, I got the same information. So I contacted Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves informed me that, yes, there is 2 separate programs, and he actually called the constituent back. I mean, this gentleman is quite busy. I mean, he's based out of Sacramento. He deals with all the government agencies for PG&E, but he took the time out to actually call a constituent and get her help that she really needed. So I think PG&E is doing what they can in this process. That's backed up by our government representatives in Sacramento at the Governor's Task Force meeting. I did meet with Larry Cope and Paul DeBarlo. It's a project that they're looking at, and they're going to be seeking an agenda item probably in June, sometime around there, for an informational presentation, but that's early in the process, so we'll be looking for that. I did take a tour with storm damage, as I mentioned before, with Jeff Skrovitz on the 10th. We'll be able to report out more on that. Other than that, I haven't been doing anything. Is there anything else that we can cover as a board in this meeting today? Anything from staff? CAO Manuel Lopez.
I have nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. County Council?
Nothing.
Madam Clerk.
I just have a comment. I just wanted to point out that we have new art in the boardroom. Our local artist is Deanna Furtney. She is a longtime Calaveras County resident residing in Copperopolis. Deanna enjoys many forms of artistic expression, including painting, drawing, and gardening. So we wanted to thank Deanna for lending us her artwork to have on display.
Bonnie? Thank you.
But if it rains on the weekend, it'll be closed.
Okay.
You gotta go Friday.
All right. Sounds good. Mr. Moss? Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Meeting's adjourned. You want me to sign something? A check? What?